chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery takes direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not walk through the city room or take an elevator. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during the evacuation. And finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Could you switch to...
All right, take two. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the June 30th City Council public hearing. I'd like to acknowledge, first of all, that we meet today on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland. I'd acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Igsa, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'd like to start with a roll call of city councillors. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor Sohi, not sure if he's with us or not. Okay, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
I've been asked to confirm if people online can hear us. Not sure that we can hear them. Okay, we'll just wait a beat here. If I could hear from either Councillor Paquette or Mayor Sohi, that would be helpful.
Can you hear us?
Now I can hear you.
Good morning.
Okay. All right. Sounds like we... And you can hear us, Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right.
Can you hear me, Councillor Cardinal?
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Okay.
I would take a motion for adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Let me just pull it up here. I will move that the June 30th, 2025 City Council public hearing agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of items 3.32, Bylaw 21202, attachment 4, and a replacement attachment on item 3.32. Again, that's Bylaw 21202, attachment 3, as well as a replacement report on item 3.32, Bylaw 21202, cover report.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on adoption of the agenda.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, councillors.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We're just missing one
I'm a yes.
vote. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items. Are there any protocol items this morning? I'm not aware of any. So we'll move into getting started on the public hearing. Okay. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. So to get started, the clerk will call out the bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws that they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that had not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the final minute, and flash red when 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members for council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. In the event of emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. Clerk Norton, can you please begin calling the bylaws?
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Items 3.1 and 3.2 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 21214, to amend the District Policy Charter Bylaw 24000 for small medium-scale developments, and item 3.2, Bylaw 21215, to amend Zoning Bylaw 2001?
Yes, in favor. On panel 1, I have Doug Griffiths, Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. Clerk Norton, do I have to confirm people's attendance at the moment, or is it, okay.
We don't have to confirm at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to tend to confirming people's attendance when we get to the particular items. So in favor on panel 1, I have Doug Griffiths of Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, Connor Glynn, Lori Raquel of Edmonton Neighborhood United, Bonnie Moon, Windsor Park Community League, Jennifer Faulkner, Park Allen Community League, Jan Hartstaff, Park Allen Community League, Andrew Lawson to answer questions only, Robert Summers, Kevin Taft, Lori Cunningham-Chappelli from Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, John Solstice, Sabina Qureshi, Michael Brown to answer questions only from the Central McDougall Community League, Alan Kinahan, and Martin Hofstede. On panel 1 opposed, I have Kelvin Hamilton, Charles Gashnang, Joe Spellacy, Harold Hoffman, Steve Rose, Beth Allen Kloof, Brett Bombach, David Despins, Aman Hamid, Rick Dulat, Rob Calms, Sheila Philmeister, Yvette Cloran, Debbie Cronwit-Martin, and Alistair Ilch. On panel 2 in favor, I have Alan Kinahan. On panel 2 opposed, I have Matthew Lawrence, Sandy Kulo, Kim Wagner, Jeff Booth of Infill Development in Edmonton Association, Kelly Petrick, Kim Edwards, Wynne Shapka, Ashley Nabe, Diane Newman, and Mark Zubis.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Bylaw 21237, to allow for larger scale parks and amenities and a school site, McConaughey?
Yes, I have Enrique Paris to answer questions only, Neil Osadiak to answer questions only, and Janice Lee to answer questions only, and no one in opposition.
Items 3.4 and 3.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Bylaw 21185 to amend the Marquee Neighborhood Structure Plan and Bylaw 21186 to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing and smaller scale parks and amenities Marquee?
In favor, I have Holly Mickelson to answer questions only from Stantec, and no one in opposition.
And we have received another registration for someone in opposition for Liban Hassan.
Okay, thank you. So one in opposition for item 3435.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, Bylaw 21179, to add a child care service use to an existing mixed-use direct control zone, Windsor Park?
Yes, in favor, I have Coralie Volker from Select Engineering Consultants to answer questions only, and no one in opposition.
Items 3.7, 3.8, and 3.9 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 21232, to amend the North Central District Plan, Bylaw 21233, to amend the Exhibition Lands Planning Framework, and Bylaw 21234, to allow for infrastructure systems and facilities that provide a public benefit, Edmonton Northlands?
Yes, in favor, I have Neil Ozaduk, from the City of Edmonton. Lovely Greywall to answer questions only from the City of Edmonton, and Brian Horton to answer questions only from O2 Planning. And opposed, I have Sarah Matiatsu, and Afshin Perot.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.10, Bylaw 21200, to allow for medium-scale housing, Inglewood?
I have neither anyone in favor or opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.11, Bylaw 21229, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, McKernan?
Yes, in favor, I have William Yin of Ever4 Studio, and opposed, Rob Cairns.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.12, Bylaw 21230, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, McKernan?
Yes, in favor, I have William Yin of Ever4 Studio, and no one in opposition.
Items 3.13 and 3.14 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Bylaw 21208 to amend the Rossdale Area Redevelopment Plan and Bylaw 21209 to allow for 3 high-rise residential towers with limited commercial and community uses at ground level, centered around the historic Rossdale Brewery building, Rossdale?
Yes, in favor, I have Jean Dubb of Dubb Architects. And in opposition, I have Chris Kalal, Donna Ludvigson, Don Williams, Christine Kowalchuk of the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, Ian Sturek, Sandra Mason, Lori Blakeman, Eric Gormley, Robert Shannon, and that's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.15, Bylaw 21203, to allow for medium-density residential development in open space Blatchford?
Yes, in favor, I have Om Yoshi to answer questions only of WSP Canada, and no one in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.16, Bylaw 21235, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development Strathern?
Yes, in favor, I have Chris Samuel to answer questions only, and Jeff Booth from Situate, and none in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.17, Bylaw 21207, to allow for medium-scale housing, Queen Alexandra?
Yes, in favor, I have Bladen Dibben to answer questions only from Select Engineering Consultants, PJ Pescod to answer questions only from Melcor Developments, Scott Lebuick to answer questions only from Melcor Developments, Jeff Booth from Situate, and Allison Roslin from Situate, and in opposition, Richard Mary.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.18, Charter Bylaw 21157, to amend the Lewis Farms catchment within Bylaw 14380, arterial roads for development?
Yes, in favor, I have Catherine Oberg to answer questions only from Bunt Engineering, and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.19, Bylaw 21199, to allow for medium-scale housing, Prince Charles?
Yes, in favor, I have Andrew Olson to answer questions only from Ines, and no one in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.20, Bylaw 21181, to allow for medium-scale housing, McKernan?
Yes, in favor, I have Jeff Booth from Situate and Allison Roslin from Situate to answer questions only, and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.21, Bylaw 21175, to allow for large-scale housing, Boyle Street?
Yes, in favor, I have Tyler Dixon to answer questions only from Dialogue, and no one in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.22, Bylaw 21206, to allow for light industrial and a variety of small commercial businesses up to 4 stories, Miss Statham Industrial?
Yes, in favor, I have Yolanda Liu to answer questions only from Stantec, and no one in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.23 and 3.24, which are being dealt with together? Bylaw 21165, to amend the Crystalina Nera West and Crystalina Nera East neighborhood structure plans, and Bylaw 21166, to allow for small and medium-scale housing, Crystalina Nera East and West.
Yes, I have Kyla Otway to answer questions only from Select Engineering Consultants, Bladen Dibben to answer questions only from Select Engineering Consultants, and Louis Donnan to answer questions only from Genstar, and no one in opposition.
Thank you. Items 3.25, 3.26, 3.27, and 3.28 are being dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Charter Bylaw 21210 to amend the Southwest District Plan, Bylaw 21211 to amend the Windermere Area Structure Plan, Bylaw 21212 to amend the Windermere Neighborhood Structure Plan, and Bylaw 21213 to allow for a range of small-scale housing and to protect and preserve a portion of the river valley and ravine system, Windermere?
Yes, in favor, I have Don Reed on behalf of Ivan Kowalka, and in opposition, I have Carmel Sly, Mohinder Lally from West Point of Windermere, Chet Lamba from West Point of Windermere, Subin Lee from West Point of Windermere, and James Rickley from West Point of Windermere.
Thank you. Items 3.29 and 3.30 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to Bylaw 21204 to amend the Griesbach Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, and Bylaw 21205 to allow for residential development, including single detached, semi-detached row housing, multi-unit housing up to 12 meters in height, and school park uses, Griesbach?
Yes, in favor, I have Am Yashi from WSP Canada and Anjali Vargasi from Canada Lands Company, and no one in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 3.31, Bylaw 20890, to introduce shelter regulations in zoning Bylaw 2001?
Yes, in favor, we have Tony Sinclair from the Elizabeth Fry Society of Northern Alberta, and in opposition, Tim Pasma from Hope Mission, Yuru Yan from the City of Edmonton Youth Council, and Tiffany Fan from the City of Edmonton Youth Council.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.32, Bylaw 21202, text amendments to zoning Bylaw 2001, mid-block row housing in the RS zone and minor changes to the RSM and RM zones?
Yes, in favor, panel 1. I have Kaylin Anderson from Build Edmonton Metro, Justin Thomas, Rob Smythe from the Glenora Community League, George Campbell to answer questions only, Angela McBrien, Connor Glynn, Elaine Soles from Windsor Park Community League, John Collier from the Windsor Park Community League, Eugene Silva, Neil Bourgeois, Andrew Lawson to answer questions only, Sonny Yaremchuk to answer questions only, William Yin from Everforth Studio, Kevin Taft, and Alistair Illich. On panel 1 opposed, I have Jennifer Deshane from Urban Bricks Developments, Michael Faquette from Urban Bricks Developments, Kelvin Hamilton, Armando Hernandez, Justin Carter, Eric Camarachi, Sam Mothana, Ryan Smith, Mo Mackey, Alexander Nakebsky, Katrina Warwa from Urbis Infill Homes, Humayun Zahirodini, Paul Kim, Joseph Jung from Thai Lab Development, and James Stat. In favor on panel 2, we have Tony Canteen. Opposed panel 2, Peter Elliott, Dolly Sapita Montefar, Cameron Peters, David Despins, Sean Sedgwick from Infill Development Edmonton Association, Mauricio Ochoa from Infill Development in Edmonton Association, Jeff Booth, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, Renan Sones, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, Nicholas Carrells, Streetside Developments, Mick Graham, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, John Concanon, Karan Nagpal, Christine Prokop, Dennis Sanch, and Yuvaray Chohan. Opposed panel 3, Troy Fernandez, Nita Jakanin, Quinbin Lee, Mei Yi Ang, Burton Zhu from Everfloor Studio, Rob Cairns, Thamir Sharif, Jennifer Porritt, Pawan Dhaliwal, Tony Mahi from Omega Finishing Solutions, Inc., Jacinta Ball, Matthew Lawrence, Debbie Cronwit-Martin, David Rostrup, Niraj Nath from Endura Developments Limited. Opposed panel 4, Lydia Kawoon, Colin Hefferon, Jan Hardstaff, Beverly Zubot, Charisse Rimal. I'm sorry, those previous 4, Lydia Kawan, Colin Heffernan, Jan Hardstaff, Beverly Zubot, are all from the Residential Infill Working Group. Mark Zubis, Foster Karcha, Chelsea Jersak from Situate, Bradley Thiessen, Philip Hestvik, Al McCulley from Edmonton Neighborhoods United, Max Paquette, James Kalin, and Yolande DeRoche.
And we have received a few new speakers for item 3.32. In favor, we have Henry Edgar, Michael Brown, Melissa Penny, George Robinson, Al McCulley, and Kyle Witu. And opposed, we have Charisse Rimal.
So I think those in favor can be added to panel 2 in favor, and additional speakers opposed, since there's one, can be added to panel 4, and any additional would be on panel 5 opposed. That completes reading of the bylaws. So now I'll ask my colleagues to sign in to request exemptions. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. 3.18, please. You want? And then 3.32.
Thank you, Councillor Jens.
Thank you. 3.1, 3 points. Did somebody get 3.1?
Nope.
Okay, 3.1 and 3.17.
So it'll be 3.1, 3.2 together.
Sorry, yeah, I guess so. 3.1, 3.2. And then 3.17. And then, did somebody get 3.32? Okay. I have a process question. When are we gonna have the chance to debate the moratorium on infill?
When a motion is made.
Because depending on the outcome of that vote, that might select that I may need to select other items or,
Selection is first. Those items that are not selected, the public hearing is going to be closed immediately. So if there's a chance that you want to select them now. And if you don't need them, they can then be closed subsequently. Once the public hearing is closed, it's closed.
okay, so if I don't select something, it passes, it's
done.
it's approved, so therefore it's broken the moratorium already.
Well, there's nothing on the floor around a moratorium, so it's kind of out of order to be even talking about it at the moment. You're asking a process question. If there's things you're going to want to talk about later, select them now, even if it's an off chance you want to talk about them later.
Okay, let me think about that, thanks.
Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. I'll select 3.1 and 3.4, please.
3.1's been selected.
Sorry, 3.313 and 3.314. 313, 314.
313, 313, okay. Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I'll select 3, 7, 3, 8, 3, 9. And I'll just confirm, for 316, I know there was one speaker that was registered in favor, but was, okay, for questions only, seeing nods. Okay, then I won't select it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Chair Cartmell. I will select item 3.23, 3.24, and 3.31.
So far I have 3.1, 3.2, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.13, 3.14, 3.17, 3.18, 3.23, 3.24, 3.31, and 3.32. Are there any other selections? Oh, sorry, I need to select my own. I've lost track of the number. Just a moment.
25.
Thank you. 3.25. And, yeah, so 3.25, 3.26, 3.27, 3.28. Any other selections? Take a motion to, oh,
Sorry, point of order. The clerk informed us that, so this would be to, I guess, Councillor Jans. 311 has opposed.
Yeah, I'll select that.
Items 3.4 and 3.5 also have a speaker both in favor and opposed.
I'll select that. I'm not sure whose word it is, but I'll defer to the word councillor at the, yeah. Any other selections? I'm just giving it a beat. Okay, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing on remaining items.
So moved.
Well, we need to list them off, so
Okay,
go ahead.
I can do that, yeah.
Councillor Rutherford? I'm just getting nods from two people.
So I would like to move that we close the public hearing on Bylaw 21237, Bylaw 21179, Bylaw 21200, Bylaw 21230, Bylaw 21203, Bylaw 21235, Bylaw 21199, Bylaw 21181, Bylaw 21175, Bylaw 21206, Bylaw 21204, and Bylaw 21205.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote to close the public hearing on those items.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I will move first reading on item 3.3, 3.6, 310, 315, 316, 319, 320, 321, 322, 329, and 330.
Second.
And 312, I believe you missed, but that should be included in there as well.
Oh, yes, and 312.
Thank you. Please vote. First reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I will move second reading on all the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading on all of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on consideration.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, and I will move third and final reading on Bylaw 21237 to allow large-scale parks and amenities and a school site in McConaughey. A Bylaw 21279 to add a childcare service use to an existing mixed-use direct control zone, Windsor Park. Bylaw 21200 to allow for medium-scale housing, Inglewood. Bylaw 21230 to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, McKernan. Bylaw 21203 to allow for medium-density residential development and open space, Blatchford. Bylaw 21235 to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Strathern. Bylaw 21199 to allow medium-scale housing, Prince Charles. Bylaw 21181 to allow for medium-scale housing, McKernan. Bylaw 21175 to allow for large-scale housing, Boyle Street. Bylaw 21206 to allow for light industrial and a variety of small commercial businesses up to 4 stories, Mistatum Industrial. Bylaw 21204 to amend the Greasebond Neighborhood Area Structure Plan. Bylaw 21205 to allow for residential development, including single-detached, semi-detached, row housing, multi-unit housing for up to 12 meters in height and school park uses, Greaseba.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Okay, so just by way of agenda management and keeping people informed, the first item up then will be item 3.1 and 3.2. And I believe this is in response to Councillor Jans's motion from some time ago that speaks to the district policy, the policy of the district plan that speaks to individual lot rezonings in the RSM zone. There may be a subsequent motion to that that is related to district plans. I know I have one. There may be others, I don't know. I haven't heard of any, but there may be others. After that, the conversation around 8 to 6, shorter buildings, setback, all of that conversation that's been going on for a few weeks is the last item on the agenda. And so unless there is a motion here to bring that item forward and make it part of the initial discussion, it will be the last thing talked about in this meeting. Orders for this meeting are to break for lunch today from noon to 1:30, continue at 1:30 until 5, break for dinner, continue at 6 until 9. And right now we only have one day for this hearing. We, City Council, have a hold in our calendars for Thursday, but so far orders have not been changed. So that is the situation. I'll just pause here if anybody on council wants to make any motions at this point. Otherwise, we'll move to item 3132.
I'll move to change orders to add Thursday from starting at 9:30 till noon, recess from noon to 1:30, 1:30 to 5 convene, and then dinner break from 5 to 6, and then continuing till 9 p.m.
Second?
Okay, that motion is on the floor. Moved by Councillor Rutherford, seconded by Councillor Tang. Questions? Essentially, this is adding a second full day and evening on Thursday to this public hearing. Councillor Wright.
No questions on on this motion specifically, but more to admin. Does the sequence of events change how you would provide your support on the other items in the schedule today?
So there's a couple of sequences here. The 3.1 and the 3.32 conversation are very closely linked. So if they could be dealt with in some sort of manner or sequence instead of bookending the agenda, that would help that conversation. I looked at the team to see if there's any knock-on effects on the 3.1 to any of the other agenda items.
No, I would say that no, there are no knock-on impacts to the rest of the items based on 3.1.
Okay, so even changes to the district policy as to where some of those what is it, the RSMs can be located wouldn't impact some of the decisions?
No, just let me double check the agenda, but I think the only one that was selected is in McKernan, 311. So that would not be, I think it's okay.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Neck.
Thanks, Councillor Carmel. Just one question on this. I want to double check. I'm just trying to bring it up. I don't know if it matters either way, but when the request for availability went out, did it include the evening on Thursday? So I don't know, like, we might need it either way, but I don't think that was the initial, we might not have a choice. So I'm just curious though, maybe I can double check with the clerks if.
Sorry, I just made the assumption that we would be going till 9 p.m. given the agenda.
The number of speakers, yeah.
And the number of speakers, but if that's not what was circulated and there's a quorum issue, then we can amend.
Maybe I'll double check with the clerks. Just, I want to just make sure, because I think it was just asked the date. We might not have a choice, but I want to make sure that we're not, if people weren't under the assumption, we might need to think about what the right time is on that, so.
So what we can do is put this aside for the moment and have administration seek availability on Thursday, perhaps both day and evening, and come back to this at later in the agenda. And just for people watching along, we're reaching the end of our agenda, like our broad agenda, our calendar agenda. We start our summer break here at the end of the week, and there's been various holds because meetings have overlapped. but we're running into conflicts Thursday, Friday, because, you know, councillors have made plans many, many months ago, not anticipating meetings on those days. So we might not have quorum come Thursday or Friday. So should we do that? Withdraw this and check availability, or proceed? Take advice from whomever.
Can we just table it, or no?
Can table it, yeah.
Yeah, let's just
Yeah,
table
sorry,
it
yeah.
instead of withdraw.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Do I have to move to table
I think
it?
I have to move to table
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I
let's move to
can.
postpone this until after 3132, and in the meantime, watch your email for a question. Take a motion to do that?
Yeah, move it.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on postponement.
Just missing one vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, so we'll answer that question here soon, later in the morning. That takes us to item 3.1 and 3.2. I'll go to administration for a
Point of
presentation.
order.
Oh,
Sorry. I was on the board to ask a question to administration about the possibility of moving item 3.32 to be dealt with earlier in the agenda.
okay, sorry, I missed that.
I'll ask, Mr. Pollock, you had mentioned that items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.32 are closely related. Would it be a recommendation by administration for us to deal with these items together?
Not together, but in close sequence, and to have 3.32 dealt with before 3.1.
Have 3.32 dealt with before 3.1?
Correct.
All right, I would like to move that then, please.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Principe, I missed that. So, motion on the floor to bring 3.32 forward essentially as first item. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just to administration, I'm a bit confused why that would need to be before 3.1 or 3.2, because honestly, my decision on 3.2 is contingent on what comes out of the district policy conversation. So I have the opposite sequencing in my mind. So can you lay it out for me why you think it has to be the other way around?
So in terms of the conversations around the zoning bylaw and the RS zone, a lot of those, including design and possible reduction of amendments or unit count, relate to how the RSM can be perceived in terms of reducing its availability in district plan. It's not a clear cut, this one has to go before the other one. There are arguments on both sides, that's recognized.
And I guess maybe to legal, like, what can I ask in terms of what I'd be weighing between those two? Can I ask a question?
So, like a procedural
So,
question?
for
or-
example, we talk about, housing supply. So if we approve the district policy amendment, that reduces potential for housing supply in certain areas. If we then do the 6 to 8 unit, it reduces it further. So I'm seeing those as like a totality of the housing supply and our housing affordability.
So you want to maybe consider the cumulative effects of pending amendments?
Well, if the district policy is already constraining, that'll affect how I weigh 3.32.
Right. I think that's a fair assessment. I think you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to look at the policy framework in totality in making your decision, especially with these broad administrative type amendments. So if it's your desire to do one before the other, I would suggest that you make that argument today and make the motion to do one before the other. But yes, very valid to consider the broad policy context in making these administrative type decisions.
Yeah. So, I guess I don't know where my time never started. I'll just quickly speak to it. I won't be supporting this. I would support it being second item of business, but for me, there is decisions I'd be weighing on 3.1 and 3.2 that would affect my decision-making on 3.32, so that's why I won't be supporting this. If there was an amendment to make it second item of business, I could support that.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. Sorry, just to, because I know in other agendas we've postponed items, but then sort of with the clear indication we were going to make them first on the agenda or second on the agenda. Were there any indications for any of these items? Only because we've got people registered on every item, so no matter which one we choose to move, somebody's time is potentially going to be seen as being disrespected, and I'd like to make sure, did we give any indication as to making changes on any of these items?
No.
Okay. I hear your recommendation. I'm just trying to think about, like, you know, if some people registered for one item that's one speaker, and do they then have to wait? People are going to have to wait no matter what, so I'm just trying to figure out if we'd given any indication. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Motion on the floor is to bring 3.32 forward as first item. I suppose if this fails, a motion can be made then to bring it forward as second item later on. So please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has failed. We will then proceed with, unless there's any further, sorry, I jumped the gun last time. Is there any further questions or process inquiries? Then we'll move to item 3.1 and 3.2. Sorry, we have something else.
Apologies. I'm not sure, can I make a motion then to move it to second item? 3.32?
Yeah, you can, yep.
Second.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to make item 3.32 second item of business.
I'm not on the board, but
Councillor Paquette.
yeah, thank you. I understand the intent here. Just looking at the list of names who are speaking, we've got the entire morning filled with speakers and probably spilling into the afternoon for the first item. So that means those who might speak on the second item may start speaking after the 3:30 break, so at 3:45, which means that those speakers will also be truncated to the end by the end of the day, and those who did not get a chance to speak will have to come back on Thursday, and those who wanted to be here for follow-up questions will have to come back on Thursday regardless. So I'm just flagging that if 3.32 is brought in as the second item, the speakers will be split, and potentially half, maybe a quarter, will have to come back on Thursday, and if anyone else who wants to speak will have to come back on Thursday, so that will be 2 days for the people who want to speak. Just making that flag, and I'm not sure, I mean, I understand we're trying to respect people's time, and in this scenario, that's double the ask. And just logistically, I'm just looking at the numbers.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for either a question or for you to be finished, that's all.
Well, I guess I'm not sure who to ask that question. I guess to the mover. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I would like to say that I'm very respectful of people's time. I just want to make that known. I'm just making that suggestion at the recommendation of administration in order for the agenda, that's all.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. And sorry, one more, sorry to pick on this particular item, but 3.18, which is the Lewis Farms roadway, which I know actually oddly has no speakers, but I believe has some time in order to complete the work and the design work to be able to actually do those roads. this has to go forward, or are they no longer, can that work happen independent of that? I'm just trying to figure out from a timing perspective, because I know we've been waiting for a few years in that part of the city to have a resolution to this, so.
The design work is proceeding right now with the assumption that they're taking a risk in terms of whether or not this gets approved or not, but that final approval is important. But there is a potential time on Thursday, depending on that tabled, or I think it was retracted motion now.
Yeah, if it were, because we got a lot of speakers, and I know even just debating this is time consuming, but if any items get postponed to the public hearings in August, this one I think has an actual impact on the work that can be done. And so I just want to double check. That's my only worry. Again, this is all about trying to.
It's important to have it heard and potentially approved. The time sensitivity enough, if whether or not it straddles that 6 weeks, can survive with the design going forward, but eventually that change needs.
6 weeks won't kill us. Okay. All right. That I just wanted to double check. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I guess similar question just around the timeliness of 3, 7, 8, and 9 for exhibition lands. My understanding is that if those items aren't dealt with, there's, some issues with potential timelines for approvals and construction season. Any additional information on that front?
Yes, there is some desire to get this dealt with so that they can move forward with next steps in the development process.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford? Councillor Rutherford?
Just a quick procedural question, and I'm going to put this one to legal. I've already given notice that I have a personal commitment and I'll be away this evening. So if speakers on 3.32 were to start, let's say, closer to the end of the agenda today, and at what threshold would I not be able to vote then on Thursday if I don't hear from some of those speakers?
So councillor, as long as you're present for any part of the public hearing, as a
Okay.
councillor, you're available to vote.
Okay, it's not like a certain threshold if I miss like
No,
X number of
you have to
panels.
be available at any point during the public hearing, and you are eligible to vote at that point.
Okay, thank you, that helps.
Okay, thank you. So, motion on the floor. I'm hearing two sort of sub-themes. One is availability on Thursday. The other is there a sequence to the other items that we might want to attend to because of urgency or priority? So maybe administration can be ready to advise on that. We might have to bring some other items forward to meet other calendar needs. Is that fair, Mr. Pollock? Yeah?
Yep, we are ready to advise when necessary.
All right, okay. So we'll just take it as it comes. So motion on the floor to bring forward 3.32 as the second item of business today. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is defeated. So we will be taking these items as they appear on the agenda. I guess that means if you're here for 3.32 in anticipation of that stuff happening today, it's not going to happen today.
Just a reminder, Councillor
Yeah.
Cartmel, if we say that it's not going to happen today, then it is in fact, we can't move on to it. So just a heads up on that. I realize that you are absolutely trying to manage folks' schedule, but if that's what we do and we go on the record with it, then we will have to wait until a Thursday.
Okay,
hearing.
fair enough. So that nothing's been decided about when it'll be happening in the agenda. We have, as you've just heard, it's taken an hour simply to read the agenda in. So make your own determinations there about when we might get to the last item of the agenda. We'll now go to item 3.1 and 3.2.
Good morning, members of council. My name is Daniel Borick, a planner with the Urban Strategies team in the Urban Planning and Economy Department. We are here today with proposed amendments to the district policy and zoning bylaw in response to the April 28, 2025 motion to limit opportunities for the small, medium-scale transitional residential, or RSM zone, outside of node and quarter areas. Next slide, please. The city plan aims for a healthy, urban, and climate-resilient Edmonton, providing diverse housing and access to local amenities for all residents. To achieve this, the plan promotes ongoing residential infill of varying scales, densities, and designs across all residential areas, and within the most significant growth concentrated in the Node and Corridor network. The district policy and plans help realize the city plan's vision by offering more detailed guidance on where future development is expected to take place. For example, district plans outline the Node and Corridor boundaries, and the district policy provides clear support for larger scales of development to occur within these boundaries. However, the district policy also provides direction for where additional development may be supported outside of nodes and corridors. Through public engagement and hearings on multiple land development applications, administration has received feedback and questions about where the policy supports larger buildings outside of nodes and corridors. Specifically, concerns have been raised about the impact of the RSM H12 zone on neighboring properties. Next slide, please. Since the new zoning bylaw came into effect, 14 RSM rezonings have been approved by council and 44 RSM applications are under review. Most of the RSM applications are located outside of nodes and corridors and located on mid-block sites. Next slide, please. In response to Council's April 28th motion to limit opportunities for the RSM zone outside of nodes and corridors, administration has prepared edits to the district policy. Currently, the district policy directs where small-scale and low-rise buildings are supported, but there is no policy that specifies where small, medium-scale developments, such as those enabled through the RSM H12 zone, are supported. Instead, the current Consider Additional Scale Policy 2526 is one of the policies used to guide where RSM H12 should be considered when certain location criteria are met. These criteria include allowance for the zone on mid-block sites. To clarify and limit RSM H12 development opportunities in locations outside of nodes and corridors, administration has proposed a new policy for small, medium-scale developments in a revision to Policy 2526 to clarify that it applies to low-rise or greater forms of development. Next slide, please. The proposed new Policy 2525 would support small-scale residential development with greater intensity and massing, like that enabled by the RSM H12 zone, outside of nodes and corridors, on corner sites, provided that the site meets at least one of the following location criteria. The site is within 100 meters of a node and corridor, it's within 400 meters of a mass transit station, or the site is along an arterial or collector roadway. Corner sites are often larger and surrounded on three sides by roads and an alley, making it easier to accommodate transitions and minimize potential impacts on nearby developments through design. Next slide, please. Administration is also proposing revisions to the current policy 2526 for considering additional scale to limit its application to low-rise or greater forms of development and introduce site size and context as additional considerations when evaluating applications for increased height and massing in locations meeting two of the criteria. By specifying the minimum expected development scale, this revision removes any overlap with the new policy 2525, meaning it would not be used to guide RSM H12 rezonings. These changes provide greater policy clarity and consistency in determining where RSM H12 should be supported. Next slide, please. The images on the next several slides showed the before and after effect of policy changes for where RSM H12 rezonings could be expected outside of nodes and corridors. The map on this slide illustrates in gray where larger scales of development, including the RSM H12 zone, would be considered under the current policy 2526. Next slide, please. In contrast, this slide shows in blue where the RSM H12 zone could be supported under the proposed new policy 2525. This policy change limits the development opportunity and flexibility for RSM H12 within the interior of neighborhoods and provides greater certainty for communities and applicants on where the zone could be supported. The next two slides show a couple scenarios illustrating how the proposed policy changes would direct RSM H12 rezonings. Next slide, please. In this scenario, the proposed RSM H12 site in blue is located on a corner site and within 400 meters of a mass transit station. This site meets two of the criteria under the current policy 2526. However, the policy language only indicates that this site can be considered for rezoning. Under the new proposed policy 2525, the site meets the support criteria for RSM H12 at this location by focusing greater scale on a corner site and within proximity to a mass transit station. Next slide, please. In this scenario, the proposed RSM H12 site in blue is located within 100 meters of a node and corridor, within 400 meters of a mass transit station, and adjacent to a park or open space. This site meets 3 of the criteria under the current policy 2526 to be considered. However, this site does not meet the support criteria under the proposed new policy 2525 for RSM H12 because it is not located on a corner site. Next slide, please. In addition to the proposed district policy changes, administration is proposing to amend the purpose statement for the RSM zone in the zoning bylaw. This will clarify that when this zone is applied outside of a node and corridor, the proposed development scale is intended to act as a transition to smaller or larger scale development, whether existing, planned, or otherwise directed by a statutory plan. The overall effect of this change is to provide clear alignment between the zoning bylaw and the district policy. Next slide, please. Administration recommends City Council approve these bylaws as they limit the RSM opportunities while still enabling residential infill at varying scales, densities, and designs to meet community housing needs. It provides location criteria for development that will enable a transition from nodes and corridors and from small to larger scale development, and reflect ongoing listening, learning, and need to further refine policy and regulations to achieve our city building outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now move to speakers on this item. Our first panel are those in favor, at least some of those in favor. As I call your names, please make your way down and the clerk will direct you to your seat. If you're remote, please just note that you're in attendance. Doug Griffiths. Is number 1. Speaker number 2, Connor Glynn. That's remote. Connor Glynn is remote. Speaker 3 is Lori Raquel. Remote.
Present.
Thank you.
Present.
Speaker 4 is Bonnie Moon, in person. Speaker 5 is Jennifer Faulkner, in person. Speaker 6 is Jan Hardstaff, pardon me, Jan. She has withdrawn from this item. Andrew Lawson, to answer questions only, is Speaker 7, in person. Andrew Lawson here. Speaker 8 is Robert Summers, remote. Speaker 9 is Kevin Taft, in person. Speaker 10, Laura Cunningham Chappelli, remote.
Hello, Councillor Cartmel. There's been just an error. I need to speak to item 3.32, and so I'm just working that out with clerks right now. Thank
So
you.
are you not speaking to this one?
Correct, yeah.
Correct, okay. So we'll cross you off, thank you. Speaker 11, John Solstice, remote.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Speaker 12, Sabina Qureshi, remote.
Hi, I'm here, but I'm wondering, is this for 3.1 or 3.2 that we're talking about right now?
It's 3.1 and 3.2 together.
Together, okay, yes, then I'm here, yes.
Okay.
Remote.
Okay, thank you. Alan Kinahan, remote.
Present.
Thank you. And Martin Hofstad, in person. Okay, as you're getting settled, I'll just go through speaker expectations today. So before we begin our discussion, I want to share our expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we have the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As the meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. And as part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emoticon response features in the Google Meet, are also not permitted. Further warnings will not be provided, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I'd like to thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion. So we will go first to Speaker 3, Lori Raquel, who is online.
Hi, I am here. I am just setting my timer. My name is Lori Raquel. I am a resident long-term over 50 years in Edmonton as a first-generation immigrant of a family who immigrated for Canadian provided opportunities in building. My father was a land developer, construction worker, furniture maker, and was responsible for developing the golden homes that are now all mature resident areas. So that's just my background. And I spent a lot of time walking around on stilts as a kid. So very aware of what is going on in the community with the building. So I am also speaking on behalf of the Edmonton Neighborhood United. Just briefly, we are in support of the proposed revisions to the zoning bylaw with the indications of what is proposed over what is supported. I think that provides a clear definition of what the builders can expect, which also makes it easier for the residents to understand what is going on in the development process. And then I would like to speak to the RA factors and the RS factors, which I'm hoping are also going to be included somewhere down the line, because those are currently not supported by what is being proposed by developers, especially in our area. They are bypassing what the city has proposed and has in place, and are telling us at public hearings, depending on the delivery method, that they are, yes, going to do this, no, they're going to do that, no, they're putting in parking, no, they're not putting in parking, oh, it's going to be 55 plus. And this is all within a span of an hour. So it does not develop any kind of public support or trust in what's going on within all of this development when that is what is presented to the residents. And I'm quite sure that is not what's being presented to the city. And I think that should be made public and aware to everybody, so that we know that, yes, we have very great developers in the city, but we also have people that are not as well versed, not very ethical, and their proposals will actually cost the city millions of dollars in repairs and infrastructure upgrades because of their bad decision making. So I'm looking at the sewers, I'm looking at the immigration. So if we look at Stats Canada, our investment income is down by 1.7%. We have property taxes decreased by 1.8, but those are only in the residential properties. Overall, the gross operating surplus for corporations has increased by 3.7% and even more by 1.4. So we're seeing that homeowners are not actually the ones that are showing any gross increase in income or support or buying. In fact, what is happening is all the corporations are doing this, and those are offshore accounts, major corporations, and they do not reflect the population who are paying the tax base. So my question to City Council is, have we considered the sewer upgrades that are necessary for a lot of these infrastructures that are being put in? I hope so, because most of these developments are 1930, 1940, which is a clay-based sewer system, which over 100 years compresses to a U shape and does not allow flow, which also taxes our River City system, EPCOR, and other services. Arterial modes for transportation there's a slight decrease in the amount of vehicles, and that's because of costs and imports. And yes, we're doing a pretty good job on trying to fix those. But at the same time, if you're going to put a high rise on a corner lot and expect target audiences of 70 or senior residents to use those facilities, then, we live in Edmonton. It's very cold, and they're not going to get on a bus. And most people own a car. They're going to drive. So parking should be considered, and the access points. So those are just some of the topics that I'd like to bring forward that we could consider. And I would be very welcome to answer more questions on all the stats that I brought up, but those are all available on the Canadian Stats Canada Council website and are available to everybody. So thank you very much for listening to me today. I hope that I was pretty clear. We do support this proposal. I think it is a very good first step. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Bonnie Moon in person.
Good morning. My name's Bonnie Moon. I'm a member of the Development Committee of the Windsor Park Community League and speak today on behalf of the League. The League supports Charter Bylaw 21214 and Bylaw 21215, and I'll speak about each one in turn, but our support can be summarized in 2 words: enhanced clarity. Charter Bylaw 21214 I'll address first, and it deals with policy. And policy 2526 said that higher density can be considered when 2 or more criteria are met. It did not say what matters should inform that consideration. Last year, the League spoke its concerns about this policy at the district planning public hearing. Our first concern was that it was passed without public engagement. Our second concern was that it was silent and therefore unclear as to what matters should be considered. The new policy 2527 introduces site size and context as matters to be considered. This is a welcome improvement to the policy. It is the League's position that site size and context should be taken into account to allow for appropriate transition to surrounding developments. We also agree that corner sites are more appropriate for more intense small-scale development outside of nodes and corridors when they meet specific other location criteria. The League therefore supports new policy 2525 because it clarifies that more intense, smaller-scale developments are supported on corner sites outside of nodes and corridors if another criteria is met, specifically within 100 meters of a node or corridor, within 400 meters of mass transit station, or along an arterial or collector road. Now moving on to Bylaw 21215. That provides further direction for where the RSM zone is intended to be used outside of nodes or corridors. The League supports the clarification that the intended purpose of the RSM zone outside a node or corridor is to provide a transition to adjacent smaller or large-scale development. The looser wording of the purpose of the RSM zone as it currently reads has led to rezoning applications in inappropriate locations. In a recent one in Windsor Park, the rezoning application was in the middle of a block surrounded by small-scale development. The clarity of the proposed amendment may help avoid rezoning applications in such inappropriate locations going forward. In conclusion, greater clarity is good for residents throughout Edmonton because it will inform their expectations of what and where developments may be built in their neighborhood. It is good for developers because it informs their choices about what and where they may wish to build. And finally, it's good for city administration because it gives them boundaries in their responsibilities of administering the city's policies and bylaws. It's good for all concerned, and we ask that you pass the amendments. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for considering our submissions.
Thank you. Next we have John Solstice.
I think you're reading off of...
No, I'm just going to people that have already said they're here, and then I'll come back to people that have not made themselves available yet.
We have Jennifer Faulkner.
Oh, did I miss? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Jennifer Faulkner, I'm sorry.
No worries. Oh, thank you. Good, the presentation's up. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Sohi and councillors. My name is Jennifer Faulkner, and I'm here on behalf of Park Allen Community League. Next slide, please. At the district planning public hearing on May 28, 2024, Park Allen Community League requested that District Policy 2525 and 2526 be eliminated because they focused investments on intensification of developments in the interior of neighborhoods rather than on nodes and corridors as directed by the city plan, nor did they make any adjustments for the context of the neighborhoods. We pointed out at the time that those policies created more uncertainties rather than clarifying where intensification should be located. Today, you have before you proposed bylaws amending the district policy and the zoning bylaw that take a step towards resolving these issues. Next slide. The Park Allen Community League supports passing these bylaws because they are a good first step in providing further clarity about how much density is appropriate in redeveloping neighborhoods and where it is appropriate. Next slide, please. For example, the rationale for the amended policy 2525, quote, uses the term support instead of consider because it, quote, explicitly states the supported development scale and massing expectations and restricts support for the RSM H12 zone to corner sites within neighborhoods. Next slide. Further, the rationale for policy 2527, quote, communicates the intention that additional scale and density should only be considered where a site's size and context can accommodate additional scale, provide appropriate transition to the surrounding development, a greater number of dwellings, and improved land use efficiency versus a similar site. The intention is clear. Administration has listened to and incorporated community feedback to improve district policy and provide greater clarity and certainty for both residents and developers. Next slide. But even as rationale for policy 2525 states that the changes, quote, effectively prevent gradual and additional encroachment of RSM H12 development into neighborhood interiors, the district policy still requires further clarity to provide certainty for residents of existing homes and recent infill development, as well as for builders. The designation of a secondary corridor around the southern section of Park Allen from 109 Street south of 64th Avenue along 61st Avenue to 113th Street and north up to 72 Avenue is a clear illustration of district policy falling short of this intention. Given the orientation of Park Allen toward the 109 Street corridor north of 64th Avenue, where there are no fewer than 7 entrances to the neighborhood, a secondary corridor along the southern and western areas where there is only 1 entrance to the neighborhood does not make sense and would still allow encroachment of upzoning into the neighborhood interior. Park Allen is not the only neighborhood in Scona District affected this way. Parts of Pleasantview, Lendrum, and perhaps a small stretch in Belgravia are impacted in a similar way and in places that are contrary to the intention of today's proposed bylaws. Our recommendations at the public hearing in May 2024 and reiterated in our letter to the Mayor and Council of June 25, 2025 offer specific solutions that bring district policy in line with the intention of today's proposed bylaws. Next slide, please. District policy also provides still too many opportunities outside of nodes and corridors for the potential to overbuild beyond infrastructure capacity and unplanned upzoning or land speculation caused by the lack of definition of adjacent and along. Next slide. So as you can see here, when the first lot on a block is upzoned, it can lead to upzoning of further properties on the interior of the block simply by virtue of their being adjacent to or along an upzoned lot, so a domino effect. Again, this runs counter to the intention of the proposed bylaws to, quote, effectively prevent gradual and additional encroachment of RSM H12 development into neighborhood interiors. Next slide. We say this not to oppose the proposed bylaws, but to emphasize that there is further work to do. We reiterate that we support the passing of bylaws 21214 and 21215 and ask for a pause in upzoning until the district policy and district plans can be further refined to match the intent of these bylaws, providing an opportunity for meaningful consultation and considering of the further changes we recommend, and so that the intention of these bylaws you passed today can be truly realized. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for missing you earlier.
That's okay.
Next we have John Solstice.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I thought I was later, but I guess I'm sooner. Okay. Hi, I'm one of the 2 designated Edmonton Neighborhoods United leaders in McKernan, where I've lived with my family for over 20 years. In 2012, we added a second floor to our house as a kind of infill to maintain original character with new designs. The proposed motions in 3.1 and 3.2 are a good first step in the right direction, but could go further, as others I think have said already. The act of considering this amendment today is effectively saying, we didn't get it quite right the first time in 2023, but luckily we preset a mandatory 1-year review. So just as the first version of the bylaw was in effect a test, this motion, if passed, would also be considered a test. So please set another mandatory review 1 year from now, if this passes, of course. The move to 6 instead of 8, I know that's a later item, but it's related to what I'm going to say. If passes, will drive developers to go to RSM more often. So 2.5.2.6, or if it becomes 2.5.2.7, I think, getting a little jumbled with all the numbers, would also need to change. I would propose making it a minimum of 3 conditions to meet instead of 2, and 2 instead of 1 for corner sites. And then remove point E, quote, adjacent to a site zoned for greater than small scale development, quote, to prevent domino-like spread to mid-block, as the speaker before me, I think, made that point as well. And also prevent aggressive door-to-door property buyers, which we see regularly in McKernan, and I assume in many other neighborhoods. Also, please try to bake in some discretionary interpretation if it's not there already in the proposal. With 2.5.2.6 or 0.7, council effectively locks themselves out of the conversation. A blanket approach to infill, I think, is not suitable for Edmonton, where the nature of neighborhoods is very diverse across the city. And then related, one justification for the current pace of infills is the statement that there is a housing emergency in Edmonton. Yes, emergencies happen, but what I would like to see is a definition of that emergency, what line was crossed, and a statement of the conditions that will signal when that emergency is over. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say for today. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Brown to answer questions only, remote. I guess there's no questions to you yet, so we'll move then to Alan Kinahan, remote.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me a little piece of time. I don't have a fancy presentation. I'm just a single person, not a business or any big agenda. I just want to say I do support 3.1 specifically. That's what we're here to talk about on this one. As an individual owner, my comments would be that I still don't think it goes far enough, but it is at least a step in the right direction. So I'd really encourage council to support and approve this change. I can only speak from personal what's happened to me in the McKernan area. We purchased a half of a duplex, 4 years ago. It was not far off a corner site. It was 4 lots in, and I'm greatly concerned over the scale of what's being approved to happen now. A developer purchased the home beside us, 3 lots in from the corner. It was a derelict old home, so we were happy to see that go, and then they tore it down. Then they promptly proceeded to purchase the next 2 single-family dwellings that were currently occupied to the corner, and now they plan to put up a massive monstrosity. We'll never see the light of day again. So it's probably too late for me, but what's happening to these neighborhoods is an atrocity. And I just want to point out that I do support this. I wish it could go further and help me with my current circumstances. But when I saw the opportunity to speak to council, I wanted to seize that moment because what's happened to me in McKernan, I even went as far as trying to sell my lot. I gave up. I went to the developer and said, do you want to buy my lot as well? And they were so rude. They wrote me an offer for land value only and told me I had to move my house. These are the people that are developing our neighborhoods that used to be single family and used to represent the population of the city of Edmonton. These are not people that care about us. I want to be very clear about that. They are purely here for a large scale investment opportunity, and that's it. So with that said, it's really unfortunate what's happening to our neighborhoods. I really encourage council to look at this as just a first step in what needs to happen to change these bylaws. So I do support this. And just a side note, I think I was somehow slated to speak as a 3.2 as well. I don't need to. It's the same comment for me for 3.1 or 3.2. So I appreciate your time, and that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Martin Hofstede.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Martin Havestad, and I live in the Westmount area and have received a lot of comments from different people. We're talking 40, 50 people, and we've had some meetings in the area, and people are very engaged. Westmount's basically the inner core is known for its historical homes, tree-lined streets, walkability, mixed housing, proximity to shopping, dining, theater, schools, and recreation facilities. And the perimeter roads provide extensive selection of apartments, condos, and other forms of multiplex dwellings. Single-family core has a history of more than 100 years and has experienced significant degree of modernization as a result of new home infill, duplexes, lot splitting, narrow homes, secondary suites, and laneway housing. That renewal process has been active for at least 15 years and has generated impressive growth while retaining the home and garden character of the neighborhood. Many of our streets in Westmount show a full range of new homes with attractive rental suites, creating more than double the density of older homes that were replaced. As such, Westmount homeowners were reaching densification targets consistent with the city's population growth of 2045. Zoning Bylaw 20001 changed all of that. Since mid-2024, developers have been aggressively pursuing 8-plex construction in single-family home core of Westmount. There are 10 such apartments in progress a few blocks from where I live, and are more to come. Older homes are sold for lot value. Homeowners are reluctant to rebuild, renovate, or commit their future to this uncertain environment. The majority of these 8-plex rentals are designed with 20 bedrooms and 16 bathrooms. 20 bedrooms and 16 bathrooms. They are expected to house 25 to 30 people, 4 times more per lot than what homeowners built in the last few years. Residents and homeowners where I live are concerned, discouraged. They feel excluded from the process of renewing and growing their neighborhood. To them, this is not gentle densification or building the missing middle. This is densification gone wrong. Homeowners are concerned that extreme densification will undermine the life cycle of aging utility infrastructure, cause basement flooding as experienced by other mature communities. They're also concerned about traffic and parking, but at the top of the list is a loss of privacy and loss of home and garden character of the neighborhood. We've shared our concerns with citizen groups like Better Infill and Edmonton Neighborhoods United and found that the frustration is citywide. Bylaw 2001 basically abandons and excludes tens of thousands of family home residents from participating in the renewal and growth of their neighborhoods. The bylaw is shutting down a highly successful owner-occupied densification and renewal process and is replacing it with absentee-managed rentals and that exceed reasonable densification objectives, exclude single-family home living, and devalue lifelong investment. Homeowners have a vested interest in ensuring that quality-oriented living conditions for everyone in their neighborhood. The bylaw amendment will help restore homeowner inclusivity in the process of growth and renewal, and might encourage developers to consider condo and owner-occupied rental alternatives. I also think it's important to correct the wrongs produced by zoning bylaw 20001. We need a review of 8-plexes now under construction with the intent to repurpose them as owner-occupied rentals. We should reduce the number of bedrooms per buildings and enhance living conditions for tenants and improve the protection of water and sewer infrastructure, stormwater, drainage, trees, and landscaping. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to circle back to some others here. My understanding is Mr. Griffiths has withdrawn. Is Connor Glynn with us? Remotely, Connor Glynn. Robert Summers.
I was intended to speak to 332, and the clerk has made that change. Thank you.
Okay. Kevin Taft. Nope. Sabina Qureshi.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to, okay, thanks. Hello, everybody. I'm here because I want to speak about these amendments and say that I'm in favor of them. They don't go far enough, but I think it's a good first step, as many others have said. I live in Belgravia, and I recently moved back here from Europe. I was away for about 25 years, and I was quite shocked when I came back by how the neighborhood looks and the surrounding neighborhoods, McKernan, Park Allen. I was not expecting this degree of change, and I am absolutely in favor of infill. We have a lot of skinnies in our area, and I'm absolutely in favor of this, or the back lane developments. I think those are great. But what I'm not in favor of is these kind of massive structures that really change the character of people's lives. They have a great impact on people's lives. People living next door, as somebody who spoke just a few people ago from me said, the gentleman in McKernan who has a great big structure going up next to his lot. I don't think this is gentle infill. I don't think it's gradual infill, and I don't think it's strategic infill either. Because if you end up with a building in which you have, just as the gentleman who spoke from Westmount said, you have 20 rooms and 16 bathrooms. This is really going to change the character of the neighborhood. It's a different type of neighborhood. It's not that the one's better or one's worse, but the question is, why are you doing this in this type of neighborhood? That's what doesn't make sense. So that's why I absolutely am in favor of these amendments. And excuse me, I would just like to say, I think they don't go far enough, but I think it's a good first step. I feel as though City Council is starting to listen to those of us who have spoken up about this and who are speaking up about it. So that's a good sign. I think that more needs to be done, and the people who actually live in the neighborhoods are the ones you should be listening to, not people with deep pockets who come from who knows where, and we don't really know anything more about them than the fact that they have a lot of money and they want to make more money. That's about it. I think it's your tax base, the people who live in the neighborhoods, those are the people you should be listening to. We're the ones who elect you. These developers do not. They come in, they go out, and that's the last we see of them. So I'm glad to see this change, if it is indeed a change where our voices are being heard and you're paying attention to our concerns. I'm very grateful for that. So just to reiterate, I'm in favor of these amendments for both Bylaw 21214, and although I know we're not there yet, Bylaw 21202. And I guess that's everything I have to say. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We'll now go to questions of our speakers on the first panel. I'll ask councillors to sign up. We'll start with Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Guest Faulkner, if I can ask. And Clerk, are we able to pull up their slides, please? I just wanted to get a little clarification from you. I don't think we can amend district plans at this moment, but
Certainly.
Just wanted to look at that image you had of, you were saying how Park Allen actually has more secondary corridors, and I just wanted to unpack that a little more.
Yeah, I think that is, bear with me, that's not this slide, it's either before or after.
It's, I think, the next one or the next one.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so if you see right now.
Can I just ask you to be totally clear for my colleagues, where do you think the density should go?
Where I think the density should go? Okay, so if you look at the green square in the middle, that is the hub of the neighborhood, right? That's where the school, the community league, the park is, and there is a commercial strip. If you look to the right of that green square, outlined in pink, there's a commercial strip there. So the whole neighborhood is actually oriented towards the east, right? So if you look at the right-hand side, you look where I've outlined, above the outlined block, where all of those arrows are, those are all of the entrances to the neighborhood. 109th Street is the secondary corridor that those entrances face. As you continue south, you see where the block on the right-hand side, the first rectangle is. That is south of 64th Avenue. You look at the rectangle on the bottom, that's 61st Avenue. There's a wide green space between that and the residences behind that green space. You continue around, there is also a green space, right? So this is really a through road. If you continue around onto 113th Street, right up to 72nd Avenue, all of those residences along that corridor actually face the back alley. They face the opposite way. They're separated by a green space. There is only one entrance to the neighborhood along that corridor. It is not a real entrance to the neighborhood. It does not make sense to orient development facing or along that corridor. It makes much more sense to orient towards 109th Street. And if you look at the pink outlines, they are already zoned for density, for more density than there is. So our point in this is that there is more density available, and it does not make sense in the rectangles to designate that a secondary corridor.
So it's effectively, what you're saying is the U on
Yes.
the outside, starting from 64?
64, south at 64th Avenue, southwards,
South
yep.
to 64, because those properties are effectively backing onto 109.
Correct.
And then there's the 61st curve up to, and then all along that's 112?
It's 113th
113,
Street.
pardon me,
Yep.
yeah. Now, what about the argument that, we have an LRT station 1 block west of 113?
It's not really 1 block west. You have to go down to 65th Avenue. So you have to cross 113th Street, go down 61st Avenue, because that's all provincial land across that road. So you're effectively walking about 800 meters to a kilometer to get to the LRT station, or you're trying to catch a bus.
It's not as the crow flies because of.
No,
because
it's
there's the
not.
one
You
point.
can't cross that provincial land, especially in the winter.
And what about the argument on 61st Ave on the bottom, that you can just catch a bus along 61st Ave? Like,
There's no, sorry,
is there
Councillor.
anywhere to pull off or stop?
No.
If I recall, it's just straight
No,
shot
it's
traffic,
just straight
right?
through, and there aren't any bus stops on the north side of that at all. So it's really a through road. I don't know that there's a lot of bus traffic along there.
So if I'm understanding you, you think we need to look at the plan to make sure that the area along 109th Street, that's where the focus is, and to some extent 72nd. So those are the areas that have the most. I'm trying. Sorry, am I correct? I just want to make sure.
Yes, you are. You're
it's a
mostly
small
correct.
graph. It's
You're
a small
mostly
graph.
correct.
Okay.
Yes, you get the gist, Councillor. Absolutely.
So if we were to have, say, a subsequent motion to look at the district plan or something around there, that's sort of what you're looking for.
In that case, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. We
but
also. Sorry. Go ahead.
But in general, you're okay with what has been provided for the amendments today.
Absolutely. It's a really good first step. We're looking forward to more consultation.
So pass it. Keep going.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Ms. Faulkner. Just again, for clarity, what backs onto 113th Street, is there an alley there as well?
Yes, yes. Yeah, there is an alley, and then there is a fence, and then there is a green space.
Okay.
There's not really any sidewalk, and I know this because my home backs onto there.
Okay, because my concern in the presentation from administration, there was I think it was on slide 8, there was like a cul-de-sac that backed onto a main road, but I don't think there would be an alley, but.
No.
But people could access either through the main street or the back alley for parking, or.
Yeah, the access to the neighborhood from the west side, there's only one entrance, and then you turn into the back alley, or you continue to 112th Street and further into the neighborhood. So you're basically going directly into the neighborhood, but for most people, it is a pass-through. It is a way to get to basically Belgravia Road and further up into Belgravia on 114th Street.
Okay, thank you. I just want some clarity on that.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much to all of our speakers for joining today. I just had a question for Speaker Hofstad. So really appreciate you coming out and sharing your written submission and your speaking notes. Just wanted to dig in a little bit to your suggestion to reduce the bedrooms per unit. So in other conversations, we've actually heard a fair bit of desire from communities to see larger units. So units with, just with more bedrooms to accommodate families. Point of order.
Okay, yep. On it. we talked about this, expected behaviors, outbursts, you know, that kind of stuff. That gets you removed, so please, no more. I know everyone's got an opinion. Let's keep it to ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah. So to clarify, we've heard concern about, studio or one-bedroom units. People have wanted what they consider to be more family-oriented units, which would include 3 bedrooms. So just hoping for a bit of clarification in terms of that desire that I think I heard you express, so fewer 3-bedroom units?
Yeah, I think basically the problem is that some of those basement suites have 2 bedrooms. They're basically 500 square feet in size of living conditions. I mean, it doesn't make sense. The bedrooms are 80 square feet, so basically the size of a garden shed. So I think the quality of life that's going to be resulting from that kind of basement suite where these developers are expecting to put families it's not productive to the community. It's not supportive of any principle in the community. I think what would be better is if those suites, especially the basement ones, were to be, let's say, studio suites, and or maybe at best a 1-bedroom, focusing on what has been focused on in the community by owners rebuilding or other developers coming in and building, for example, a duplex. They have a suite either in a garage or in the basement that accommodates 1 or 2 people at most, but mostly 1 person. And it's in keeping with their values and character to maintain the integrity of the community. I think that would work much better. The 3 bedrooms at the main floor of these row houses, I think it's a bit much as well. The row houses aren't that big. There's 700 square feet on the main floor and then on the second floor. So the rooms are all very small. I think it's going to create the impression that these are going to be buildings that will house people that are disadvantaged at high rents because the area Westmount is an expensive area. The land values are $420 to $450 and going up. So this is not it's not an area where rents are going to be cheap.
Yeah, so that helps me understand. So I'm hearing as well, just sort of you have some questions about, the quality of the units. I think maybe where I'm struggling a little bit is just around, I don't know that we regulate the number of bedrooms per other units. So where I'm coming from, so, we spent some time with some family friends today. They live in a duplex, one side of a duplex. They're a family of 5. One of the parents' brothers is also staying with them. So they have 6 people on their side of the duplex, and then on the mirror image, there's a couple. And so even though they have the same number of bedrooms, of bathrooms, there's a very different population impact from those 2 units. So just wondering how we, again, when we're here looking at these units, we don't necessarily know who is going to choose to live in them. Just wondering if you had some thoughts about, what outcome we're trying to achieve, and if this is the tool to do that.
Yeah, I think the main difference for the feedback that I've gotten from people in the community is that owner-occupied buildings, homes, retain the quality of living in the community.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm just out of time, but I appreciate that response. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, just to follow up on that. My understanding from my colleague is that when she was saying larger units, she meant units within the current size, not larger buildings. Was that your understanding as well, Mr. Homestead? Oh, Mr. Homestead?
Basically what I'm trying to point out in my presentation was that these buildings are cramming too many people in one spot. And so I'm saying, why don't we have some guidance or design guidelines for builders to build higher quality living standards? That's basically the point I'm trying to make, because I think ultimately in the long term, tenants that are going to live there are not going to be happy. There's going to be a great deal of turnover, and it's going to be a mess. So I think if you have fewer bedrooms, yeah, I mean, the buildings are big, I know that, and many people object to that, but I think there are other big buildings, even standalone homes in Westmount that are quite large. I think it's the issue of absentee managed landlords, and with a lot of families in one building in small rooms, and those families are going to be left out from the rest of the community. I think it's just wrong. It's not a quality lifestyle that's coming up in the long term.
Right. So where does, and a sincere question, where does the market play a role in this? People are free to choose where they want to live, what sort of accommodations they want. And if one person wants to have a 14-bedroom home for 2 people, they can go and buy that. If another person wants to be more economical with their space, they can go and do that. So where does personal choice play into that?
I think personal choice already exists in Westmount, because homeowners and builders have been building duplexes and split lots and skinny houses and garden suites for years. And there's many, many examples, and people have a wonderful choice to have a high quality garden suite if that's what they choose to live in. And many people do. Students from the university, apprentice students from NAIT, other people that are younger and are building a lifestyle, they all have an opportunity, and they are living in Westmount. It's very successful. That's the reason why I pointed out that, you know, basically this bylaw, I think this amendment is a step in the right direction, going from 8 to 6, in my view. I think you should be doing it for the corner lots as well.
So, yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the fact that people get to choose where they want to live at the price point they want with the surrounding amenities that they prefer. And should it be council's role to tell them what should be available and what shouldn't, or should that be a market consideration?
Well, if you, I mean, it doesn't take a great deal of scientific analysis to look at where these buildings are going to go in the long term and what they're going to turn out to be. And my projection is there'll be slum buildings in no time. It'll be a few years, but there'll be high turnover, and it'll be
what does that
a mess.
mean to you, a slum building?
So,
what does a slum building mean? I'm trying to understand what that means.
well, I think that the turnover will be high. I think the people that live in those buildings will not be happy because the rooms are too small. There's no parking. There's no opportunity for them to have garden access because the gardens are all gone. The pocket size of the building occupies the entire lot. So we're not focused on quality here if this is where we're going in the long term.
So if the buildings aren't desirable,
yeah,
then why would
buildings
people?
are not desirable, and I think it would be wise to.
But why would people choose to live in those buildings if they're not desirable?
Well, I don't, you know, it's a good point, but I don't think people will in the long term. I don't think people will choose to live there. I think people might be subsidized to live there and maybe coerced to live there, but I don't think it's a good choice.
Okay, I don't think that we force people, but I understand your point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, everyone, every speakers for being here today. This is really important topic, will impact, like speaker mentioned, how we live our community. And I think it's really important. We all on the same goal. We want to build the livable community for everyone. So my question is going to Speaker Alan. Alan Kahihan. So if you're there, still online?
Yes, I'm still here. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
wonderful. So during your speak, I heard very clearly, and then I heard very clear points, and then we have support and for this 3.1. So you specific indicated you speak about the 3.1. So I would like to get sense from you, and that is that your speak silent 3.2, or you have any comments and thoughts on 3.2? Because 3.2 right now we deal with together with 3.1, but it's actually is a different bylaw change and for the outside of laws and corridors. So would you like to comment on your thoughts on this 3.2 as well?
Actually, thank you, Councillor Rice. I think my second, I was actually, it's an error on my part when I think I was dealing with the clerk. I had actually meant to sign up for 3.32 as well.
Okay.
But 3.1 and 3.32, it would be my same comment, so I don't think I need to speak twice. And that's why I was excluding myself from the 3.2, just because I intended to sign up for 3.32. So that was my error. I apologize.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. So I'm going to continue to listen to our speakers and for these two proposal key changes. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes questions to this panel. I'll circle back to those registered at the end of this item. So we'll now go to panel 1, opposed. Thank you for being here, those who were here on the first panel. Just a reminder that once we hear from all of speakers and then council has the opportunity to ask questions of administration, there may be questions for you again on new information. So you might consider being available as we go through the day. Thank you. Okay, panel 2 opposed. Speaker 1, Kelvin Hamilton. Kelvin Hamilton, thank you. Speaker 2, Charles Gashnang. Charles Gashnang. Excellent. Speaker 3, Joe Spellacy. Speaker 4, Harold Hoffman. Thank you. Speaker 5, Steve Rose. Steve Rose here. Speaker 6, Beth Allard Clough. Speaker 7, Brent Bombach. Brent Bombach. Speaker 8, David Despins. Speaker 9, remote, Aman Hamid. Aman Hamid. Speaker 10, Rick Dulat. Rick Dulat, thank you. Speaker 11, Rob Cairns.
Remote.
Remote, thank you. Speaker 12, Sheila Philmeister. Feemeister, sorry. Speaker 13, Yvette Sioran. Sioran? Yvette Sioran. Speaker 14, Debbie Cronwit Martin.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. One more call for Steve Rose. No? Okay. Okay. Thank you all for being here. You'll each have 5 minutes to make your presentations. For those in-house, you can watch the lights on the dais there. And for those online, please watch the timer. Kelvin Hamilton is our first. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members, administration, and the public. My name is Kelvin Hamilton. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I am an architect. I've been an architect for nearly 40 years. As you can tell, I'm from the UK, and I've seen a lot of things developing in the UK, and I'm sure you're aware of how the UK stands right now. And I'm here really to just express my desire that the council, the city, keeps their focus on what the future holds for this city. I will start by saying that Edmonton is no longer a town, a small town. Edmonton is now a city, and we need to bear that in mind as we look forward to the future. So I'm not going to talk too much freestyle. I'm going to read my notes because I think that will keep me in line, so bear with me if I read badly. The City of Edmonton, Edmonton's initial 2024 zoning bylaw change to allow to maximize density in the city was to address the urban housing challenge. This progressive policy aimed to enhance housing density and affordability, recognizing the pressing need for a diverse range of housing options in the face of increasing demand. However, the proposed shift back to minimizing the density after just a year stands to undercut these efforts. These retractions, likely driven by community concerns regarding neighborhood character and fears of overdevelopment, threatens to stall the momentum towards creating a robust housing supply. Drawing parallel with cities like Toronto and Vancouver underscores the potential repercussions of limiting unit density. Both cities are emblematic of the rental affordability crisis, largely due to restrictive zoning laws that stifle housing development. In Toronto, a constrained supply has precipitated soaring home prices, rendering home ownership unattainable for many, while Vancouver grapples with a similar predicament, often pushing residents out of the city due to escalating costs. By reverting to limit our density, Edmonton risks perpetuating a trend that restricts crucial housing development, ultimately exacerbating the affordability crisis. Each unit foregone represents lost opportunity for young professionals and families seeking a place to call home, leading to competitive pressures that further initiate housing prices. It is imperative for Edmonton to embrace greater housing density rather than retreat, fostering an inclusive environment that supports accessibility to affordable housing for its residents. I did have some slides, and it looks like it's not being put up. Have we got the slides, please?
Pause your time for a second. Do we have a presentation from Mr. Hamilton?
We did not receive a presentation.
Okay. The lady at the front, when I came in, she took my USB in order to have it presented. Okay, well, the presentation, you know, I gave a bit of an introduction, but I'm a problem solver. You know, I don't come with just a quote. I wanted to show opportunities on how we can grow the city, but maybe we can keep that for another time. I don't know what's happened to my USB.
Why don't we see if we can locate Mr. Hamilton's presentation, and then one of the councillors will come back with you for a question to see what else is on offer there, okay? Okay, thank you. We'll go forward then to Charles Gashnang.
Thank you.
Good morning. Maybe I'll just pause you for, if anybody else has a presentation, please say at the very beginning of your presentation, of your moment, so that we can queue that up for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I realize it's an extremely important issue, and I'm not trying to make it light, but today's my wedding anniversary. Can you imagine 2 weeks ago when I went to my wife and said, guess what we're going to do for our wedding anniversary? My wonderful wife is joining me. Thank you. Revitalizing Millwoods, a vision of thoughtful infill. Millwoods, Edmonton's socially planned community, was designed and built to provide quality, affordable homes. Conceived by the City of Edmonton as an experimental community, its vision was to create a city within the city, a self-contained urban environment addressing the shortage and rising costs of service lands. The Millwoods Development Council, approved in March 1971, envisioned 8 communities and a town centre, aiming for a population of approximately 120,000 at full build-out. This groundbreaking plan moved away from the conventional grid system, utilizing unique crescents and connecting circular roads. It also incorporated diverse housing, allowing single-family homes, high-rise apartments, and condo complexes to coexist. There was an emphasis on having a human scale and promoting a quality of life. Millwoods already aligns with many goals that the City of Edmonton is implementing. For example, 2 22-story apartment buildings are set to begin construction next year at the Millwoods Town Centre. We have also seen first-place homeowners developments reflecting Millwoods' history of creating diverse housing projects. Millwoods requires a street-specific or area-based zoning approach, not a one-size-fits-all model. For instance, 8 to 10 unit structures make sense in areas near transit corridors or arterial roads, but not on inner residential crescents. More graduated zoning, informed by actual street capacity, walkability, and public transit access, will result in more sustainable and acceptable development. The current bylaw opens the door for developers to outbid individual homeowners by offering over-listing prices, which pushes up property values and further reduces access to single-family homes for residents. That is a counterproductive side effect of this well-intentioned bylaw. We risk creating housing that is unaffordable for families to buy while creating density for its own sake. Placing 8 to 10 unit buildings in such locations will have significant effects in parts of Millwoods: traffic congestion, parking shortages, strain on sewer, water, and emergency services that were not designed for this scale of density, and perhaps most important, the loss of neighborhood character, tradition, which also affects community cohesion. A citywide policy should not apply the same rules for cul-de-sacs in suburban pockets as it does to central transit-oriented areas. With the current bylaw, is there evidence that these large infill projects actually help families to buy homes? What are the long-term impacts of ownership versus rental? What is the affordability breakdown of these new units? If this is truly a solution to the housing crisis, let us ensure that we are collecting and sharing the data to demonstrate it, especially with residents whose neighborhoods are being reshaped. The original design of Millwoods, designed by the city, as to the specific, This presentation emphasizes the comprehensive planning history of Millwoods and connects it with the current urban planning trends. By focusing on tailored bylaw criteria and limiting 8 to 10 unit structures on traditional non-transit oriented streets, we can promote sustainable growth while preserving the unique character and foundational vision of Millwoods. My preference is to limit the traditional residential street development to 4 units. As to the specific amendment of the bylaw, may I suggest that a committee be formed with members of the Millwoods community, city staff, and others to work with the City of Edmonton to review how the bylaw can be implemented in a creative, functional, and innovative manner. There are questions that we can all ask ourselves, such as, what is the vision of the City of Edmonton for the future? Or, what legacy are we leaving for our future generations? This City Council has the rare opportunity to define the future, the nature, the essence, and the culture of living in this truly exceptional area called Millwoods and this wonderful city of Edmonton. What we need now is Millwoods Phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Joe Spellacy.
Thank you. I propose that Council suspend Bylaw 20001 and revert to the predecessor Bylaw 12800 with a mature neighborhood overlay so that important context is respected. I agree 110% with my colleague here. Great anniversary gift to put this back in place. This will allow Council to rebuild a solid plan for mature development, involve communities meaningfully, and plan densification in a manner that respects the goal of increased affordability as well as the unique characteristics of our communities and the views of those that reside in them. Councillor Cartmell has acknowledged that Council is, quote, missing the mark on infill, that the strategy has moved faster than the infrastructure, faster than planning, faster than public trust, and that he has recognized we need to pause, reflect, and fix what's broken before we approve more of the same. The proposal to amend the bylaw will allow 6 units instead of 8 mid-block, while a very slight move in the right direction is of little to no consequence. The height and size of the dwelling and all the problems those remain. 3 stories, lot line to lot line, is too much. The city has failed to meaningfully consult with us, the community. The city's not even adhering to its own published guideline for the developers, entitled Evolving Infill Good Neighbor Guide. In it, it states, and I suggest you all read it, if people have the information they need, are involved over time, and feel like they could influence or impact some of the change, they are more likely to support what is happening. That is your document. On June 3rd, Councillor Jan stated that the city does not want to permit buildings now that we would be embarrassed about 10 years from now. We don't have to wait 10 years. Tell us which one of the 3-story shoebox monster buildings that have already devastated many families and communities, which one are we most proud of? Larry Beasley, a highly qualified Canadian expert in urban planning, he emphasizes, and he's not against densification, he's a very objective expert. When it comes to zoning bylaws, one size does not fit all. A blanket rezoning bylaw is wrong. It benefits a city to protect and preserve its unique and mature neighborhoods. It's what makes a city vibrant and attractive. He had never even heard of 8 units on a 50-wide lot. Why does Edmonton ignore such learned opinions? The stated purpose of the new bylaw from the city's own website again was to achieve goals by regulating the things that matter most to Edmontonians while offering flexibility and enabling incremental development so neighbors can adapt over time. I think all would agree that your home and your community likely matter most, making one. But with the current bylaw, there is really no regulation, no incremental development, and our neighborhoods are not adapting. They are suffering. The destruction we see every day when we look out our window or drive down the street is causing us severe emotions. We are sad, we are anxious, stressed, and at times angry, and you don't seem to care. No, as Mayor Sohi said, contrary to what you suggested, we are not weaponizing information.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I've got it, guys. I've got it, right? I've got it. We'll start your time again. This is the second warning. We cannot have outbursts in this assembly. No applauding, no clapping, no yelling, no vocal responses. Those are the rules. The other place you can observe this is on YouTube, at home. So if it happens again, we're going to have to clear some people out. And I'm sure that's not what you want, so please exert some self-control. No more applause, please. I don't want to have to do this. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Sohi had said that what we were suggesting after June 3rd, we were weaponizing misinformation. These are facts, not misinformation. Some of the council on June 3rd referred to the old bylaw already having allowed for up to 6 units on a regular lot, so allowing for 8 was not much more and 4 was going backwards. However, the old bylaw required a special application, a public hearing before council, and full rights of appeal to the neighbors. Nothing even close to that is contained in the current bylaw. You are comparing apples to oranges. And no, Councillor Knack, contrary to what you recently told the media, this is not just 2, 3, or 5 neighborhoods that are opposing the bylaw. Edmonton Neighborhood United alone now has about 40 communities under it, and it just started because people are just awakening to what's going on. On June 3rd, when some councillors asked for an amendment for mid-block maximum to 4 and corner lots to 6, other councillors and the mayor immediately attacked the suggestion as being a step backwards and regressing. Well, that's the whole purpose of this review, not to simply ignore all the concerns raised. Step back, take a look. What can we improve? What do we get rid of? Again, just like consultation to be valid, the review has to be meaningful. This is not opposition to densification. All of the communities are open to it and even encouraging it, but gentle densification with consultation and respect. For instance, allowing a skinny with a garage or garden suite now turns that former living unit that was 1 into 4. That's a 400% increase in densification. Clearly, it not only allows for the city to increase the supply, it also allows communities to keep some of its character and respects the environment. That's compromise, that's what's needed. Planning must be done with community involvement, with communication, and with respect for the neighbors and the neighborhood. The blanket zoning bylaw does none of that and achieves nothing. Going faster is not better. No notice, no right to be heard, and no foresight as to long-term consequences or even the short-term ones. That is a recipe for disaster.
Thank you, Mr. Spelisi. That's your time. Thank you. So I'm going to pause the proceedings here for a moment. The item on the table is this. It is a bylaw to amend the rules to change policy on the RSM zone. So, and there's people that are registered in opposition to that bylaw, which would mean that they want, if you're in opposition to the bylaw on the table, it means that you want the rules in place right now today to remain the same. So if you've registered in opposition because you are, to this item, because you are opposed to all of it, so to speak, then you might have to reconsider your registration. So I just want to put that out there because what we're hearing from comments is not consistent with the item which is before us, which is very narrowly the one policy consideration on the district plans. So for those of you coming later, just consider that. We have an item 3.32, which is the last item on this agenda, which actually speaks to all of the stuff that you've been hearing about for the last 3 weeks, the 8 to 6, etc. That is not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about something different, just for clarity. Our next speaker is Beth Allard-Clough. Please go ahead.
So to your point, Councillor, I am speaking on 3.1, 3.32 as well. So should I be speaking later or can I speak now?
Well, you can speak.
It was a confusing process for all of us.
Yeah, and the public hearing process is such that you can come and spend your 5 minutes talking about literally anything that you want to talk about. So I'm not going to stop you.
Okay.
But just understand that your comments might not pertain to the conversation that you're going to hear next from councillors. Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. First of all, does my slides show up? Do we have my slides?
We'll just pause the time here for a moment.
Was that emailed to our office or a USB?
Yes, it was emailed over the weekend to you. And when I checked in, they told me they were working on it.
Does not look like our office received the presentation, but I am still looking. But I'm not seeing anything on our emails.
We can try to locate that and have you come back, and if it may be, given the time of day, it might be at 1:30.
Okay, yeah, because the slides are definitely an important part of my presentation, so.
Okay, so sorry for that. We'll come back to you, and perhaps over the lunch break we can locate that presentation one way or the other.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. We'll then go to David Despens.
Good morning, Council. I traveled the roadmap in the engagement since its inception, and I'm here today. That it's we're not quite arrived at the right destination yet, but I do think that it's important to note that there's been a wide breadth of types of development happening, and there is an affordability crisis, and our city kind of has been reacting in a very positive way, a progressive way, I may add, towards addressing that. And now's not the time to turn back. I'm not here to lament paradise loss, but to help encourage council to look boldly to the future. I live in the Spruce Avenue community, and daily I see the metro line going back and forth. And pre-COVID, I was told that the operating costs on a monthly basis is about $100,000. And those carriages are not full. So I think the line is running at a deficit. And I think we need to have more development along the alignment of our metro line, as well as all the other present lines that are built and under construction. And what we do in just district planning is to focus that on the nodes and the corridors. So I think that's very positive. But it's not enough. It's not enough because we need some degree of transition towards the core of communities. But blanket zoning, as it is in the RS, provides for a variety of built form. And so I think the solution can be sought in a market-driven consequence, because not all communities are laid out in the same kind of street plan. I live in a mature area in the old street grid system, avenues and things, but then the other areas within the Anti-Hendy that are built more recently have a curvilinear streetscape that doesn't lend well to this type of intensive densification. So I think the market will respond to that. Now, as we had a year of district planning almost on our belts, and we've seen a lot of mid-block construction, and I think the message to the development community is such that, you know, we want to give certainty to investors, that we are receptive towards densification, and we're not willing to blink at this point. As a ratepayer, I feel that it may be reckless to start curtailing and limiting the number of units, as now this would be tantamount to down zoning. And for people that are already invested into future development, are we not exposing ourselves to some sort of risk for litigation for now creating a loss, especially if they had levered their interest? So perhaps council should direct a further question to administration what the extent of that liability would be, especially if we live in an age of class action suits, and many small developers might band together in reaction to something that comes adversely to them as a consequence of these deliberations. On a personal note, my sister was living in affordable housing and was recently displaced. And she scouted around in many places. There was a 2-year waiting list. This is here in the city of Edmonton. We have to look to accommodate all people within our city, not just those that are well-heeled and live in Tony neighborhoods. So I'm not going to say much more than that because I'm also scheduled to speak at the last item on the agenda. And I do thank you for the time to kind of get this off my chest. And so I encourage you to have an open ear and proceed cautiously. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Rick Dulat.
Hello. I'm here to respectfully oppose Bylaw 21202 and urge you to uphold the existing RS zoning framework passed under Bylaw 20,001. Talking about fairness and trust in the process. this proposed amendment risks undermining trust in Edmonton's planning system. Many property owners and applicants, including myself, submitted development applications under the current RS zoning in good faith, based on the rules passed by this very council. Now, just months later, those rules are being pulled back without a clear transition period, while many applications are still pending. People have invested real time and money on surveys, architectural designs, and engineering, only to be told that the rules may change halfway through. This is not how a reliable permitting system works. It's not just unfair, it's destabilizing, and it sends a signal that council's major policies can be reversed on short notice. It's also undermining the city's housing goals. Bylaw 2001 was passed to address affordability, support smart growth, reduce urban sprawl. It was a bold move, one that required political courage and clear planning rationale. Now, 6 months into implementation, we're already proposing to remove or restrict key aspects of that policy, particularly for mid-block sites. If council truly supports increasing housing supply and offering more inclusive choices, then this is not the time to walk back on the very framework that enables it. Risks to Housing Accelerator Fund integrity. Edmonton was awarded $175 million through the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund, based largely on 2001, and its promise to enable infill and missing middle housing. Now those funds have been committed, the city is considering reversing some of the very permissions like mid-block row housing that helped secure the funding. If these rollbacks go ahead, it raises serious questions. Are we still in compliance with what was promised to the federal government? And if not, are we at risk of breaching that agreement, or at minimum, undermining the public trust attached to it? There's also poor timing and rushed process. This bylaw is being brought forward just before a long weekend, during summer holidays, and at a time when key city staff involved in permit approvals are out of the office. To make matters worse, the only official notification I received from the city came on June 19, just 11 days before this public hearing. And the wording of the email implied the bylaw was already expected to pass. This raises serious concerns about transparency, public engagement, and the integrity of the planning process. Talking about political optics versus good planning. It's hard not to see political motivation at play. We are months away from an election, and it appears this bylaw is being rushed through to quiet a small but vocal group of opponents, rather than to respond to evidence or long-term planning goals. We cannot afford to let short-term optics override thoughtful policy. This isn't a course correction, it's an admission of oversight. I have heard some councillors refer to this amendment as a course correction, but let's be honest, what we're seeing isn't just fine-tuning, it's a reaction to realizing poor implementation, that the full implications of mid-block density weren't fully anticipated or modeled. If that's the case, then let's call it what it is, an oversight in the original rollout. And the solution isn't to quietly scale back the bylaw, it's to own the gap in due diligence, build proper transition mechanisms, and re-engage the public with integrity. Other cities are doing it better. Look at Calgary. They implemented the broad zoning changes similar to ours, but they included a proper rollout with design guidance, discretion on mid-block development, and clear communication with residents. They didn't reverse the policy 6 months in. They're managing it with structure, not panic. We should be looking to that model, not rushing changes during the summer when people aren't watching. While I oppose Bylaw 21202 in its current form, at the very least I urge Council to grandfather all development permit applications that are already in progress and include a transition period. These projects were submitted in good faith based on the rules passed under the Bylaw 2001. It would be deeply unfair and potentially legally questionable to change the rules midstream for these applicants. A vague or short-term transition period is not enough. We need a firm commitment to protect rule stability for those who followed the city's process and made real financial commitments based on existing zoning. Let's uphold Edmonton's commitment to housing, to public trust, and to consistent planning. Thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to our lunch break, so we are now in recess till 1:30. See you all then. Thank you. 30th City Council public hearing. I'll start with a roll call of councillors. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Neck.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hi there. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang. Mayor Sohi.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So before we resume with speakers, just conversing with administration over lunch, I think we were going to do a 2-minute refresher on the item that we're actually talking about right now. So over to admin for that. I know that's a little unorthodox, but we're going to try to make sure we frame the conversation.
Perhaps even a bit shorter than 2 minutes, but so the item proposed this item that we've been talking about this morning and continuing this afternoon is proposing to change how district plans guide intensification outside of the nodes and corridors. And so we know within district plans, they have the desire and intention to see a significant redevelopment focused in our nodes and corridors. But what's proposed here today is to reduce the development opportunities for intensification outside of those nodes and corridors. So when we get development applications that come forward for council's consideration and rezonings, and those areas are outside of nodes and corridors, the district plans give guidance of how we recommend to council and considerations for council when you make your decisions. This item here today, this morning, is not about the proposed changes to the rules or the number of units allowed within residential zones in the zoning bylaw. Perhaps if there are those that are registered for this item, but are rather interested in speaking about the proposed changes to the residential zones, they can switch still. There's time to switch still and register for item 3.32, which is later on this agenda.
So I'm going to try and paraphrase a little bit. A lot, but not all, of what we were talking about were the RS zones, and specifically what is permitted under RS zones, which until amended or changed or approved, includes as many as 8 units on a single family lot or on a residential lot. Correct?
Correct.
And we've talked about a number of things that might change the built form, reduce the units, etc. That is not this.
That is not this item, correct.
You used a phrase, reduce the something outside of nodes and corridors.
Development opportunities outside of nodes and corridors for intensification.
So if you are opposed to reducing the development opportunities, you are therefore in favor of maintaining the existing residential development opportunities.
Correct.
Okay. Does that enlighten anybody on our current panel that has registered in opposition of reducing residential development opportunities near but not adjacent to nodes and corridors? We're all good to go?
Oh, Mr. Chair, before we start, I've got a point of information.
Fair enough. Councillor Paquette.
There seems to be some misapprehension among the public. I think we're all getting emails about people worried that we're breaking later this week. We are not. We are on the clock for sure until the 7th. So no one is going on any sort of authorized vacation before then.
Yeah, my intent was to clarify the conversation, and then the next point of clarification was going to be orders, so.
Great. Okay, I just wanted to help the public understand. They don't have to feel anxiety about that. Thank you.
Okay, so now that we're clear on what we're talking about, does anybody have a motion on orders of this meeting for the remainder of the week?
I can, sure.
Or do we want to wait for that till later? We can wait till later.
I think we can do it now. So I think, and maybe there'll be tension on time, but I'll think we'll make it official that we're extending into Thursday from 9:30 to 5. And then there can be a discussion about whether that should be later, but there was already an expectation that we were going to go 9:30 to 5. So I'm moving that we'll extend orders Thursday, 9:30 a.m., break at noon till 1:30 p.m., and then from 1:30 p.m. to 5 p.m.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor then? Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Oh, let's bring back the motion we tabled.
No, for fun, as a point of order, the original mover of that motion is not present unless she's online. Okay, all right. Just want to make sure that everything's in order. Thank you.
Okay, so we're now considering the motion on the screen, which is a change in the orders of the meeting. This has been, the original motion, however, had us going until 9 p.m., if memory serves. The motion that was postponed.
That is correct. So we could do an amendment to the original motion or a friendly amendment to have it 9:30 to 5.
Pleasure of the assembly. Friendly to amend to end at 5 p.m., which does not preclude a further change on Thursday. Okay, so motion on the floor is as presented here. Moved by Councillor Rutherford, seconded by Councillor Rice. Friendly amendment. Any further questions? Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford and Mayor Sohi. Just missing one vote. Councillor Stevenson, did it come through for you?
Sorry, I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried, so the meeting will continue until at least 5 o'clock on Thursday. And I guess we'll see how far we are in the proceedings on Thursday and then talk about further extensions then. Okay, just wanted to do some house cleaning and help set expectations. We're back to speakers of panel 1 opposed to the item on the floor. We will pick up with Beth Allard Clough if her presentation is available.
Yes, we have
Yes?
the presentation.
Okay, let's bring that up.
I want to thank the clerks for my kids bombarding them with my presentation. I apologize for that. I'm technologically unsavvy. Good day, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Beth Allard Clough, and this is the first time I felt compelled to speak in front of Council as I watched distraught neighbors witness their community change overnight. I am a lifelong Crestwood resident, where my family's roots trace back to my great-grandfather, John Dallimore, the first vice president of Edmonton's oldest continuing community league, now known as Crestwood, established in 1917. For 108 years, this league has amplified residents' voices. Today, I stand before you to exercise that voice, urging Council to pause the January 2024 upzoning and reinstate the mature neighborhood overlay, while engaging in neighborhood-specific planning to protect our community's character, function, and affordability. Mature neighborhoods and their tree-lined streets and historic charm, nurtured over decades, are at risk. The new zoning, which removed the mature neighborhood overlay, has unleashed rapid, unplanned development. Mid-block 8 and 16-plex monoliths, often built by out-of-town investors, are prioritizing profit over quality, disrupting functionality of streets, straining our infrastructure, and eroding affordability for first-time buyers. I am not opposed to development or properly planned density. My family's development business has built countless communities across the city, blending single-family, multifamily, and rental housing. These projects require 2 to 3 years of planning with studies on traffic, parking, utilities, and safety. Yet as it stands today, mature neighborhoods face no such oversight. Most communities have homeowner associations that have architectural stipulations, guidelines, and rules that regulate what can be built and what can't be. Mature neighborhoods predate HOAs and now are left vulnerable and exposed. Next slide, please. Consider 95th Avenue, known for its affordable entry-level housing. 6 eightplex projects are proposed within a few blocks, with one seeking even further upzoning, the one that's circled in the map. Replacing these homes with costlier units eliminates options for first-time buyers, undermining affordability. Further, these projects worsen street parking, clogging narrow roads and hindering emergency vehicles, fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars, potentially delaying life-saving responses. How will 100 garbage and recycle bins line up on collection day? How will traffic flow on the intersection of 146th Street and 95th Ave, where children walk and bike to the 4 schools along that street? Without studies on parking, utilities, and public services, waste management, or safety, these questions go unanswered. Next slide, please. Perhaps most concerning is there are no limits on how many eightplexes can be developed on a single street. This is growth at the expense of livability and functionality. Next slide, please. And if you could press play, if it works. Residents are facing real impacts in real time. Brett on 147th Street moved to Crestwood only to find now 2 giant eightplexes sandwiching his family home, spanning his backyard to the alley. Kelly on 141st Street faces a 16-plex looming and overshadowing her in her once quiet cul-de-sac. Is this the idea of minor gradual densification? This is not balanced development, but unchecked intensification, and it's moving faster than anyone imagined. Edmonton's new zoning is almost the most aggressive in Canada. The city's January 25 news release confirms Edmonton exceeded its housing target, achieving 90% of its 3-year missing middle housing goal in just 1 year. With row houses and fourplexes and other infill surpassing expectations, the city has fulfilled and exceeded this goal. Continuing this rushed upzoning risks irreparable harm to our neighborhoods. A pause is not a step back, it's a responsible choice to prioritize constituents over grant-driven haste, ensuring growth respects our community. I propose a pause on the 20001 zoning to reinstate the bylaw of 12800's mature neighborhood overlay until proper consultation occurs. Conduct neighborhood-specific planning with residents to guide development. Limit multiplexes per block to preserve affordability and livability. Restrict multifamily units to arterial roads. Mandate 1 parking spot per 2 units to ensure emergency access and traffic flow. Limit the number of row housing from 8 to 6. 6 does not go far enough. Councillors, your constituents, not the federal grants, are your priority. I support Councillor Tim Cartmill's proposed motion to pause multifamily infill, and during this we reinstate the city bylaw to the mature neighborhood overlay until proper neighborhood planning, engagement, and consultation has been done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll go to Rob Cairns.
Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of council. 2 slides forward, please. So at the April 28th council or public hearing, the motion you see on your screen was unanimously approved. Admin was asked to draft amendments to limit opportunities for the RSM zone. So the proposed amendments support RSM zoning on corner lots, and they still allow RSM zoning on interior lots if the site size and context allow for it. So there, you heard admin say that there's 42 rezonings pending, and to me this is a big loophole. So unless council wants to continue to sit through RSM or RS to RSM rezoning discussions, I encourage you to strengthen the language. Next slide. RSM is framed as a gentle increase in density, but let's talk about what it allows. So what you see on your screen is from a developer's presentation in the May 7th public hearing. They used an example of one of their current proposed designs, 3 stories and a basement, mid-block, with each apartment averaging a mere 250 square feet. This is 40 units total. This is not a gentle increase in density. I'm not exaggerating. This is from the developer presentation to this council. Next slide, please. Let's talk about setbacks and site coverage. So typical lot in a mature neighborhood, I used mine, 15 meters by 41 meters. So what does this allow you to build, or what does the RSM rules allow you to build? So with 60% site coverage, front setback of 3 meters, rear setback of 5.5, and the side setbacks of 1.5, this results in a rectangular box 12 meters wide by 31 meters deep. So later today or Thursday, council's going to debate the RS rules to decrease max wall length from 23 meters to 20.5 meters on this example lot. So there appears to be an acknowledgement that there's an issue with these large walls. So why would you allow, or why would you limit them in the RS zone, but allow developers to upzone and allow it in the RSM zone? Next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. Landscaping. When people talk about zoning, always a lot of talk about landscaping. I'm not going to dwell on it too long, but once you have 60% of the site covered by the building, the rear of the building covered by parking and waste bins, the sides covered by sidewalks, you're really not left with a lot of landscaping on these lots. Next slide, please. Back a slide, please. Perfect. I guess to reiterate some of my points, I don't think admin really proposed amendments that council really asked for. The proposed amendments are the weakest that could have possibly been proposed. This RSM zoning is not a gentle transition to increased density. It's going from 1 unit to 40 units. I already stated the long wall and landscaping issues appear to be acknowledged by some on council. And I guess the other thing I want to stress is this is not missing middle housing. This is actually taking potential lots away from 4plexes, 6plexes, 8plexes on corners, and rezoning them into micro apartments. And these apartments, they lack the amenities that normal apartments have. There doesn't appear to be any allowance for elevators, shared use spaces, fitness rooms. I would say if somebody wants to build an apartment, there's already a lot of lots zoned for apartments, many in my neighborhood. I would love if some of the dirt lots got turned into apartments in Belgravia. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just want to check on a couple of other speakers before we continue. I believe Steve Rose is here now. Is that right? Yeah, please come down to seat number 5, just while we're hearing from others. And just want to check on Yvette Cioran. Okay, not hearing from that person. Okay.
Yvette reached out to her office and has withdrawn.
Oh, she has. Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Sheila Feemester. Please go ahead.
Thank you. You know, I want to start out by acknowledging all of the presenters who are so very, very well versed. That people are presenting all kinds of details and numbers, and it's really very impressive. And the reason they're doing this is because they care deeply about what's going on. I'm here today to talk to you about how you've made many of us feel. I could say it in one word: heartbroken. Because for many people here, it's too late. Their neighborhood's already destroyed in their view. But I'm going to repeat what already has been heard by you 100 times, hundreds of times, even though saying it has proven to be almost inconsequential. Edmonton led the way in infill development when you allowed lot splits in 2015 and duplexes on single-family homes in 2018. You then allowed secondary suites and cottage suites, effectively increasing densities to 4, then 6 dwellings on single-family lots. Edmontonians, Your citizens made it work largely because of the mature neighborhood overlay that the city respectfully negotiated in 2001. With the passing of this new zoning bylaw and district plans, you actually destroyed the trust of citizens, the trust they once gave you. Yet you conducted extensive targeted stakeholder interviews from individuals, organizations, and businesses along the way. Well, now you see what we warned you is happening: chaos, people crying outside the doors of community meetings, literally trapped with nowhere to go to get away from it. Citizens are not accepting the changes that you've forced on them. Your planners can talk all they want about development figures they want and pat themselves on the back. The fact is, if citizens no longer trust you and are not going to stand by and continue to be railroaded into accepting this zoning bylaw and district plans, in speaking with people across the city, 4 dwelling units on what was once a single lot was accepted, even if just tolerated by some. And now you've heard from hundreds of citizens speaking for themselves and for their neighborhoods. These people, your taxpayers, showed you photos of their neighborhoods. They described the issues. They begged for your administration to change direction, and you didn't listen. Yet you conducted all these targeted stakeholder meetings. We heard shocking things said in this chamber. Citizens really don't have a say at this point. We don't have time to revisit public consultation. This is a living document. This will not happen fast, and unfortunately, change will be difficult. You passed a bylaw that has already destroyed the character of neighborhoods, taking away the ability for people to enjoy their property, reduce the value of their hard-earned homes, homes that take most of us decades to pay for. And the changes you forced upon people are permanent. I have seen people leave here devastated by your lack of concern and your determination to, and indeed your success in pushing this bylaw through no matter what we say. Now we're witnessing the results of your decisions. We've now seen all of these issues we told you that would happen, happening. Neighborhood character literally torn down and destroyed with inappropriate infill. Density that is so destructive that it reduces the ability for us to enjoy our lives and our property, reducing the trust we had in you to nothing. The minor adjustments you're proposing today do not cut it, will not redeem you, and a political posturing at the 11th hour will not help the hundreds of homeowners who are now living a nightmare because of this bylaw, because of you. At one time, our economic development team included pictures of lovely character neighborhoods in their promotional materials. Ask yourself, will they still be able to do this in a few more years? Once again, you're proving that the citizens don't count and only matter when it comes to collecting taxes. Communities across the city are organizing to demand the bylaw be changed to bring infill back to reasonable levels. I'm here to support them. And one last thing, I said earlier that we get almost no say, except for one day, October 20th. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Debbie Cronwit-Martin.
Hello, I have a presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here in opposition to this bylaw, but I want change and I want changes. I wish to acknowledge that while the changes are a step in the right direction, they do not go far enough. Slide change, please. Policy 2.5.25, adding a criteria to define when more intense small-scale residential development on corner lots should be allowed is an improvement. There have been numerous RSM rezoning applications, and having clear direction is helpful. Slide change, please. This is what the new small-scale development looks like in Edmonton. As people from Edmonton and frankly across Canada see this and other photos, they don't see small-scale residential. Most comments express shock, sympathy, and outrage. I have listened to several interviews referring to Edmonton's new zoning bylaw and how it has attracted development. It all sounds wonderful until people actually see what it is doing to communities and citizens. It's amazing how quickly the views change, and even well-known developers who were praising Edmonton's simplified bylaw are shocked. The pendulum has shifted. Slide, please. The infamous section 2.5.2.6, which is now changing to 0.7. At the district policy public hearing, several speakers asked that the policy be amended to limit the scale. Defining scale to include low rise and greater does not limit the scale. Anything goes from low rise to RL large scale. I acknowledge that the addition of the condition in locations where the size and context allow for appropriate transition to surrounding development is an improvement. However, it is subjective and can be changed in different areas. My first requested change is to limit the scale to low rise. There are many sites that would meet the criteria and go deep into the neighborhood where the low rise may work, but a scale beyond that would have significant impacts. The next change I request is the elimination of criteria E. Criteria E essentially allows the low rise or greater development to extend down the block without limitations. Once a corner site is rezoned to a greater scale, the adjacent parcel can be rezoned. It opens the possibility of block busting. As the development creeps down the block, property values decrease simply because the range of potential buyers decrease. People sell to avoid further loss. Slide, please. This is what a 3-story small scale 8-unit infill looks like. Now add another story. That's low rise. Add a couple more. That's mid rise. This is what this policy would allow. Please don't ask me how I know the policy will facilitate block busting. Realtors are already telling us that as they take a single family home client down a street, many decide not to even view a house if there are 8-unit developments on the block. I think it is fair to say that 4-, 5-, or 6-story development would impact the buyer market even more, and the price. Please remove criteria E, or better yet, slide please. Remove the policy in its entirety. Is it really needed? Low and mid-rise developments are allowed in a huge range of areas across the city. Local nodes allow low and mid-rise developments along arterial and collector roads. District nodes allow low-rise and mid-rise development near mass transit stations. Primary corridors allow low and mid-rise development. Secondary corridors allow low and mid-rise development. More intense development is allowed through all of the district policies involving nodes and corridors. Does it need to be allowed absolutely everywhere? Will the removal of this policy greatly impact the city's ability to accommodate growth, especially given all the growth areas the district policy has defined? I argue that it won't. Nothing major, but the removal of the policy will give residents a tiny bit of peace of mind. Slide, please. A little over a month ago, you approved the first 5 priority growth areas. You upzoned over 1,200 parcels in one fell swoop. You have bombarded residents with constant change and uncertainty. When is enough enough? Edmonton growth is slowing and is projected to slow even more. You have plenty of parcels zoned to accommodate years of growth. You don't need policy 2.5.2.7 to encourage more upzoning. Start respecting your neighborhoods and your citizens, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Steve Rose. Just need you to put your mic on, Mr. Rose. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I apologize in advance. I've developed a bit of a throat issue, so if my voice fails me from time to time, I beg your indulgence. I do not support any increase in densification. Surely the prevailing division angst, pushback, and opposition to this entire zoning matter makes clear that we haven't achieved anything approaching consensus. And a zoning plan that lacks consensus does not have a sustainable future. It isn't infill per se that concerns the residents, and I've spoken to many, especially in the mature communities. It's infill that fails to acknowledge and allow for the preservation of the qualities that make a neighborhood desirable. It's infill that fails to take into account infrastructure, context, and community well-being. It's infill that ignores concerns regarding parking, school access, tree loss, and architectural fit. Not all infill is created equal. Infill such as this, which focuses solely on build numbers and not people, is bad infill. One of the stated aims of the bylaw is to increase access to desirable neighborhoods. This is a good thing. But where is it written that improved access necessitates the destruction of that which makes a neighborhood special? And should we not all be concerned that if that which makes a community special is undermined, we all lose? Surely a city that values inclusion as something more than a theory can devise a means to welcome newcomers without disregarding the communities being joined. So let us take a pause and work together to create thoughtful plans to make our city the best it can be for residents old and new. We can do much better, and we must do much better, for this plan, again I say, is not sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all of our speakers on the first panel opposed, so now we'll go to questions. I believe Councillor Jan's exempted this item, so we'll go to you first.
Thank you. I wanted to go to Guest Hamilton if you're still with us. I understand you had a presentation. I would like to see more.
Sure, but I would like to say, though, that I should have been on the 3.3.2 rather than this, although I still am. It sounds like I'm on the opposite side, but I am for intensifications. I don't want you to misunderstand.
I heard that. You also seem to have a couple of suggestions around how we do that, so
Sure.
I'm interested. Because even if you're talking about what could be done under the RS, I'd be curious about that as it pertains to this with the RSM. So if the chair will indulge me, I would still like to hear the answer.
Okay, sure. So what I want to really stress here is that this is a balancing act. Now, land construction cost is going through the roof. And as we try to build more sustainably, it means that cost is a factor. So the only way we're going to achieve affordability is to intensify land. And this is the whole essence of building cities. And as I mentioned earlier, this is no longer a small town. Edmonton is not a town anymore, it's a city. So we have to think that way, unfortunately, for those who have been living there for many years. Next slide, please. So what we have here, we call it ASEED. ASEED stands for Affordable, Sustainable, Eco-Friendly, Energy-Efficient Developments. This is something that we need to be focusing on now. And it is a development strategy that's designed to rejuvenate mature neighborhoods in downtown Edmonton and inner city areas by transforming underutilized lots into compact, well-designed, multi-family housing. By intensifying land use, such as replacing single detached homes with low-rise apartment buildings, ASEED reduces per-unit construction and infrastructure costs, makes better use of existing services, and supports walkability and transit use. This approach is key to addressing housing affordability while revitalizing communities through thoughtful densification whilst promoting environmental influences. The next slide is really focused on what we can do, how we should be more sensitive to interior lots. I'm in agreement that we shouldn't be doing row housing in interior lots. That doesn't make sense. So if you can, the slide before.
Could you lean closer to the mic, please? So we can
Sorry,
hear you too?
sorry.
Yep.
Did you hear me what I just said?
Yep, yep.
Okay.
Slide 4.
If you could just click onto that one, please. This is just a quick aerial fly-through of an example of how we can fit an 8-unit development on an interior lot, and it does not impact, in fact, it meets all the new requirements that have been laid down under the new bylaw that is being suggested. Could you just click onto that, please? Is it not working?
Not sure the animation will work.
Okay, all right, sorry, let's move to the next one then. So this, I was trying to show you a fly-through around the actual project, but this is an interior lot on a 50-foot lot, just over a 50-foot lot, actually. And if we go to the next slide, what this shows is that the way this has been designed, it meets all the bylaws. In fact, it's under the bylaw requirements. There's no interior, there's no exits down the flank wall or down the side of the building. If you can move to the next slide, please. And what we're seeing here is how this development, which is an 8-unit development, not a 6-unit, fits well within the parameters that have just been stipulated, set out. And it shows how we can, if you move to the next slide, this is showing like the main floor, and the next slide is just showing the size. Is it not working? Yeah, just go through the end. So this...
I think we might be close to the time limit there.
Yeah, so I'm just showing basically how we can be sensitive in designing developments that is keeping it to 8 units. We need to think of the future growth of the city. I understand that growing pains is difficult, but we've got to think about the future more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back for a second round.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, and thanks to the speakers. I wanted to go to, I'll start, maybe Mr. Rose, I know you came in late, and it's been a long time since we last saw each other, Mr. Rose, 24 hours. I wanted to just ask a quick question, because again, I think you might have heard right at the introduction of this start of the session here since the lunch break. So once we get through this batch of speakers, both in favor and opposed, we're about to talk about limiting the RSM zone. And I know you and I had some good chats about the RS zone, but I just want to double check that what we're about to discuss of the RSM zone, which would limit those opportunities and actually reduce the number of lots that would be eligible for RSM zoning, that you do support, correct? I think my understanding in our conversations, your concern was the RS zone.
My concern is,
and broadly, like how we're dealing with infill.
Right, is intensification, densification in any form, in the absence of considering the nuances of each community.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and I hear you. So I just want to make sure that the proposal for this specific item, 3.1, is about actually bringing that down, shrinking the number of lots that would be eligible for a higher intensity zone. So
I would obviously you would support that.
I wanted to be sure. I know your other thoughts too. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing out on anything that we hadn't talked about before. Mr. Despin, I want to go to you because I think, and I think Mr. Hamilton had similar points, is that you're both trying to say don't stop. We're going to hear from a lot of people, and we've already heard from a lot of people who are uneasy about what has been allowed to date. And specific with this item before us, I'm going to set aside the RS zone till that comes onto the floor. The way I would read this is that this doesn't say you shall never use the RSM zone. It says we should be a little more clear about where the RSM zone should be used, and that does reduce the number of lots that would be eligible for RSM zone. But that doesn't preclude anyone from coming to rezone to the RMs. So if we're talking about within 400 meters of a transit station, somebody could still come to us and rezone and ask for a public hearing to rezone to something higher. And so I guess I wanted to get your take on that, because it doesn't feel like that is an unreasonable ask in this situation here, which is we're being told for the RSM zone, which is meant to be a transition zone, which has been used on a lot of single lots, maybe we should be a bit more specific. But then if you get 3 lots together that are within 100 meters of an LRT station, absolutely come and let's go through a public hearing process. I'm even hearing from folks today saying that's where you should have density. So I guess I want to understand, like, is what is before us on 3.1 not an unreasonable, or rather, is it a reasonable, let's not double negative this, approach to still allowing for density, still allowing for rezonings, and still allowing for us to go forward while also trying to respond to some concerns that we're hearing?
Well,
can I start with Mr. Despin, and I'll come to you, Mr. Hamilton? Yeah.
All I can speak to is the experience that I've seen in my own community of Spruce Avenue. As it is in the last 12 months period, we have projects coming forward, some further removed from the corridor, and expressing variances or so forth to push it for rezoning to an RM thing, and ultimately failing. Because our community has been very active in trying to protect itself from overly aggressive densification. Okay. And that's what the present rules on the table. I mean, what you're saying right now is to kind of codify a situation where we're going to say no, absolutely no, and perhaps even limit it just to 6 units. So I think each situation, each proposal that comes forward, as it is right now in the process of, is people in the community have to be vigilant, and if they want to come together and do a petition and come to council and speak against a proposed rezoning issue, so be it. But it doesn't really require a rewrite or putting a cap or on units. Right. And let the market determine what is appropriate.
Okay. I'm actually out of time, so I might come back around. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to all of our speakers for sharing their perspectives today. A number of my questions were just answered, actually, but I think I'll go to Speaker Carnes. Rob?
Hi.
Hi, Rob. Thank you for your presentation, and I appreciated the focus on RSM. I guess I just wanted to make sure that we have a shared understanding of the proposed changes that we're talking about today, because from your presentation, I understood that you would be supportive of tightening things up a bit when it comes to where RSM would be supported, and particularly you had concerns around mid-block. Is that right?
Sorry, I seem to have an echo there. But yeah, I mean, I am supportive of tightening things up, certainly mid-block, but even on the corners. I mean, I really encourage you to think about, does a 40-unit apartment building really fit in to the middle of a mature neighborhood on one lot? I mean, I heard others speak about, rezoning, 3, 4, 5 lots and building a proper apartment. I support that, right? And it just seems like a very strange build form. So that's my concern, right? And I think it should be very limited where it's used.
Okay, that's helpful for me to understand, and I appreciate you sharing that. And maybe just to dig in a little bit further, when I think about, again, what's in front of us today, looking at reducing those development opportunities outside of nodes and corridors, so sort of bringing in a bit more of that context-specific nature, where a corner lot that's maybe right in a primary node or corridor, that's a different context than maybe something that's further away and more central in a community. Is that also what you're saying? Sort of that the context matters.
Yeah, I mean, if it's right in a node or corridor, but then again, if it's in a node or corridor, why not RM, right? Why wouldn't you go right to RM?
Okay, no, that helps clear up sort of where you're coming from. Thank you so much for those answers.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to maybe talk to Mr. Dulat. So hearing some of the concerns from residents, feeling like the addition of these units is destroying their neighborhood, right? These are very deep emotional issues because it's home. Home is changing, and maybe not in a way that they find desirable for the people who have lived there for a long time. I mean, of course, the new people who move in, they're moving in because they do find it desirable, but there's that disconnect, and I'm wondering if you would care to speak to that.
Yeah, for example, I've been building in mature neighborhoods for about 10 years, and what I find is helpful when I buy the property, I try to talk to the adjacent neighbors and just let them know what the plan is. At first, there is resistance for sure, but most of the time, once the project is done, it's on good terms, and it's ended up that many times that the neighbors, 4 years, 6 years down the line, they approach me to buy their lots directly from them. So it just depends, I guess. When I'm building, they don't like it. They say it decreases their value. But when they're selling, they said their land value is high. So it gets contradictory sometimes. I understand there are emotions, but they get to vocalize those emotions. But me, as a developer, when I'm coming in through security, they're like, oh, are you that builder? Yes. Oh, how do you feel when you tower over us? I mean, that's a leading question, so I decided not to engage. And we don't get to vocalize our side. When there's my sign in Crestwood, someone wrote down slumlord, out of town. I live here. So there's a lot of assumptions as well. It's a $5 million project. I'm not going to be a slumlord.
So can you speak to that a little bit? Because I asked a question of the speaker of that earlier. I was looking for a definition of what that meant.
I don't know. It said shantytown slumlord and spray paint.
But what I heard was that it's because properties may not be maintained.
All I did was demolish. Property's level. It's fenced. Tree protection. So I've had 7 or 8 neighbors power call me saying, we'll buy the property off you. Don't build here. But they don't want to pay the price. And I'm building there. It's a corner lot, so what's happening now doesn't affect me too much. And speaking to interior lots, you limiting it from 8 to 6. For example, my lots are larger. I will just have to subdivide and do 6 and 6. I get more units, right? So I think we can't have a blanket zone for everything. There's always a caveat. There's always a loophole that the sneaky developers go through. So it's up to you if you want to go along with it or not, because I am really tired. I'm exhausted.
Okay,
because I face racism, I face vandalism, I face people trespassing, but I don't get to cry in front of you guys and be emotional. I have to keep working. I don't take Canada Day off or Sunday off. And sorry for the vent session, but last week I emailed development Wednesday, out of office, reach out to this person. That person, out of office till July 3rd, reach out to this person. So it's just weird that you gave the date of July 1st, and really it ended a week before. So sorry about that for not answering your question.
No. Thank you. But I just want to get back to the build form, the land use.
Yep.
The concern is that the land use, the build form, lends itself to people who will live there who will not take care of the property. If they're buying, I understand that. If they're renting,
they're all rentals. It's all CMHC. I'm the owner. I'm the property manager. I shovel the sidewalks. I cut the grass. It's just like living in an apartment building, right? So they take care of their driveway, but it's my job. If I want a nice valuation, if I have properties in nice A neighborhoods, you want to call them, I'm charging a certain rent. So those tenants, they expect a certain standard of fit and finish, and I have common areas with fire pits and benches and barbecues. So I'm not a shantytown slumlord, whatever that definition is, but I'll say it here, it may make people feel uncomfortable, but when people talk to me over the phone, my name is Rick, no problem. They see my skin color, it's a different situation. So
right,
I'm a little hurt by that too.
I'm out of time, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you all the speakers for being here today. So my first question is going to Ms. the Master. So thank you for sharing the feeling about how the public, how our community members responded to this new zoning bylaw passed last, should be 1 year, over 1 year, and 2023. So I really share that frustration because I heard so many people reach out to me and talk about the similar feeling. And also that is for our decision-making process, and that is one considered really big factor for me to make decision. That is why I actually, back to 2023 October, the first time I voted against for the bylaw. But after 1 year review right now, in front of us, I want to get a sense from you. Specifically, we are talking about this 3.1, 3.2, the proposed policy change here actually could reduce some density in the mid blocks as we clarified earlier. And because we add one more criteria and to actually stop certain development in the middle blocks. So when you come to speak as opposition, can you clarify you are specifically against the general zoning bylaw 2001, or you are against we are going to reduce some density and in this bylaw 3.1 and 3.2 in front of us?
Yes, thank you for the question. Obviously, in general, I'm against this bylaw, the way it was done, the way it was rolled out, the lack of adequate public consultation. The minor changes being proposed now are minor. They will have little effect on the cultural changes, the social changes, the parking problems, and the possible future infrastructure problems. That's all I have to say about those changes. They are minor, and I feel very badly for people who have no choice, neighborhoods where the destruction is already done. That's my concern. It's heartbreaking for people. Thank you.
Okay, so what I heard here, those minor changes is not go far enough.
That's
and
right.
then as from your expectation.
That's right.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
So my next question is going to Mr. Dulett. I know you talked a lot about the rule change, city's rule change impact, and from development industry perspective. So I really appreciate all those our city's builders' hard work, including yourself. You just shared with us. So one thing I want to get clarified from you, because info this rule change right now, and then you mentioned about the impact, and for some like pending permit application, I heard is about 40 right now across city. Do you have a specific expectation, say, if we make the rule change right now, you would like to see this rule start when? Or do you have any discussion and with the industry and to really get a sense what impact could happen and from that development perspective?
Thank you. Thank you for that question, actually. So I only found out about these potential changes early June. I have 6 or 7 permits in for interior lots since March. And for example, they circulate through transportation, fire, and landscape. So on one particular one, they missed that there's a CC valve somewhere, so I have to move my sidewalk a foot over. So I have to change my landscaping, I have to change my plot plan and grading plan. I did it in 1 day, submitted it, 3 weeks go by. It hasn't finished circulation. On Friday, I'm calling, can't get through, it's voicemail. It's just the timing is not ideal. I'm okay if these rules change. I will pivot. but what's in the pipeline to have such a, it's just weird for me that it would be such a fast deadline compared to when we rolled out the rules January 1st, we had much more advance to prepare for that. But I think just a transition period would be nice, but honestly, if you don't do it, it's fine. Like I said, I'm going to go from 8 to 12, it's no problem, right? I'll be the evil developer and I'll build more. I'm okay, but it just doesn't make sense to me, that's all. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My
No
time is
problem.
out.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Dulett, I'm first of all, I'm sorry for some of the experiences you've described. That's
That's okay,
offside.
Tim.
That's not the way it should go.
Yeah, nothing to do with you, it's just
Yeah,
lack of
doesn't matter though,
education and,
right?
yeah.
So I've got a few questions for you. If I'm asking too detailed a question, just
No
decline. So I thought I heard you say just a moment ago that, you know, because there has been a number of applications and developments and projects in some of these neighborhoods, the property values have risen.
Grandview, for example.
Okay.
I started building there in 2016. And I'm not going to say houses, I'll just say lots, okay?
Yeah, just lots, yeah.
Lots were in the mid-5s, okay?
Okay.
Now, today they're 9. And
So-
that hasn't happened because that house, the condition is better now, it's renovated. It's what we can build on it. So when we could build 2 homes on it,
You
it
know,
went up by
my
100.
questions are about the numbers though. So I appreciate that because
The
there's been
numbers,
this
so,
change.
like the value?
The values.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah, but
So-
my question for you is this: what do you feel the impact is on someone that wants to buy one of those lots to build a single-family home or a duplex? Is it now unaffordable for someone like that?
Yes, yeah, so I live in Grandview, my son studies there, I build there, I've been part of the community for 10 years. There's always a waiting list to get into grade 1 there. This is the first year in 20 years where they have, I think, 16 or 17 kids in the class. And I build 80% of the homes there. 90% of my clients are physicians, newly finished residency or 2-3 years in. For a skinny home, 1.2, 1.3, because the land is 800 or 900, and then you divide it in 2. So I saw that there's no turnover. The people that have the money, they'll buy one lot, get a custom home builder and build a mansion, but the skinny homes are just not viable anymore. And now I'm building triplexes, duplexes there. I haven't marketed anything, just from my construction sign, the DP notice sign, I have half of it filled. So that just says something, that people want to be in the neighborhood. One person lives in Beaumont. They're living in a garden suite. I built a 3-bedroom garden suite. They have 2 homes. They're living there because there is not a single house for sale there. 2 went up, one for 800, 100,000 over asking, one for 900, 100,000 over asking.
Yeah, I guess my concern is what's happening to the bottom end of that market, you know, that effectively, because the underpinning of a lot of this conversation is that this is supposed to help affordability.
Yeah,
and I mean, you're saying, okay, relative to building, you know, a custom home in Grandview, the homes you provide are more affordable, but in terms of overall affordability, I'm not sure that we're not pushing people that can only afford a $300,000 home out to the edges of the city.
Okay.
And that's, like, there's a bit of a question there. I don't know that you have the answer. I don't feel like I have it either, but it is a question. Yeah. You mentioned CMHC. Are you building projects that are eligible for the MLI Select?
Yes, you need minimum 5 units.
Okay, minimum 5 units.
Correct.
There's some amount of affordability measure.
Yes, so the basement suites, say the market is 1,500, then we put it for 1,300.
So the basement suites have to be affordable.
A certain number of units, but typically the basements, yeah.
And it's typically the basements that are affordable because they're the least desirable. I know that's a bad word, but of the several in the building, those are the least desirable. So those are the ones that qualify as affordable. If that building is built under that premise, and then it is sold.
I don't sell anything, I retain it all.
Not you necessarily, but if it's sold, I'm only asking you because you're familiar with the program. If it is sold, is the requirement that those basement suites remain affordable?
Yes,
Does it carry
it's for
on?
10 years, so if I sell today,
Yeah.
2 years in, 3 years in, the buyer assumes that mortgage, and they have to follow those rules.
And what
Otherwise,
if,
CMHC wouldn't give us this funding.
so, okay, but
For
so
10
what
years.
if they don't follow the rules?
I can't do anything about that.
No, I know,
CMHC Corporation,
but you
yeah.
know the program. So if the subsequent owner doesn't follow the rules, does that simply mean that they just have to go get a mortgage without CMHC support? They just have to go get a different mortgage? Is that really what it amounts to?
I've never
I see a nod down here.
come across that, but I'd imagine the loan would get recalled, and the amount of money that CMHC gives, 95%, it's hard to get from a bank, right? Bank's going to give maximum 80%.
Well, is it, yeah, I'm gonna run out of time. I may come back. I will take the chair back. Councillor Hamilton.
Chair return. Thank you. I just had a couple of quick questions. I think like this application specifically, or this file specifically, we're talking about limiting the opportunities for the RSM zone. I think we've had, I'll say, various calibrations of how much limiting there should be in general, but I think maybe my question to Mr. Despins. So right now we have like the status quo is that you can put the RSM zone into a number or zone. Yeah, you can put it into a number of places where it meets certain conditions. What administration is proposing at council's behest is that we limit those opportunities. And that, I think, practically looks like you're not going to see an RSM zone sort of outside a node or corridor. Do you think that should further be limited to priority growth areas? Or do you think that the rare opportunities where you might find opportunities for this zone standard outside a priority growth area is permissible?
Well, it would be in the context of the community itself. I mean, if there are other amenities that that would make it, you know, like whether it's a educational facility, you know, an institutional hospital, nursing home, and you have other types of density associated with that in scale and size of build, then it might be appropriate to consider a higher density in that. I mean, what family would not like to have their children able to walk to school, that type of thing, and have affordable housing around such a...
So you think that maintaining that discretion as it's being proposed under the amended policy here would be...
It would be useful.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. And then my question to Mr. Hamilton, I noticed that as part of your presentation, you talk about your role as an architect, and architects and planners, I think, work hand in glove often. One of the things that has come up when we're talking about the built form, often, and with all due respect to planners talk about the box. But you, as an architect, your experience would be about shaping that box. And I feel as much as the conversation about zoning has been about density, length, massing, it's also about look and feel and integration into the context of the neighborhood. So I'm wondering if you, and I noticed you pulled an example in your presentation, a lot of cities like Chicago or New York have very similar configurations with townhouses and multifamily that allow for that alignment of front doors to the street, the natural surveillance. I'm wondering if you could tell us in the minute 30 or so a little bit more about the role of architecture and design in creating that context appropriateness for these kind of densification opportunities.
For sure. Yes, it's very important for architects to have an understanding of the history of the street design. Because once you have the understanding of the history of the street design, you recognize that row housing cannot work on interior lots. And I'm finding a lot of that happening here in Edmonton, and I disagree with that. Streetscapes are designed based on a palatial look. When I say palatial, like a palace. The end of the street has the tower element. The center of the street has like a palatial entrance. And then you have the wings. So what that is really saying to us as architects, that when we look at a street, we need to present the design in a symmetrical style. And so as it addresses the street, it gives off a beautiful sense or essence to the street, along with these trees. The beauty of Edmonton, we have these mature trees that really gives a nice streetscape. So when we design, we should take all those elements into consideration. When it comes to the design of a building, it really does come down to cost. And right now, what's the driving cost in building is to meet the energy codes and things of that nature. And that costs a lot of money. So this is why I'd love to do some really extravagant architecture, which I'm sure people will love, but we are constrained by cost. So I tried to show an example of something that is limited due to cost, but should still give a nice streetscape appearance.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, would you care to move a second round?
Yes, I'll move a second round.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Mayor Sohi, are you with us online? We will mark the mayor absent. We have all the votes.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Would you like to vote for?
Yes,
the second?
yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes, yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. Maybe to guest Spellacy, I've had a number of people emailing me asking me for to support a moratorium on infill. How long do you think a moratorium should go for?
Till we've done the job right. You shouldn't put a time limit on it, but it shouldn't be long. People do have to know how to plan from both sides of that equation. City planners, developers, architects, but it's got to be done right, not fast.
So you ballpark, what could that look like in your mind? Like engagement, a year, 2 years?
I'm not sure. I'm not a planner, and what really upsets me is I hear council asking planners or developers in the audience for questions that should have been answered before the bylaw was even implemented. You're asking expert opinions. That should have been done a long time ago. That's why we're here now.
Guest Clough, similar question. You mentioned a moratorium as well. What sort of duration of moratorium would do you think be satisfactory?
Well, I agree with Joe. I mean, I don't think you can rush this. I think that it's got to be neighborhood by neighborhood engagement. I think you've heard a lot of key points today that I don't think it would take a super long time. I know we come from the development business, and I understand that timelines are important, but for me to just put a date down, I don't think is fair.
Do you think if we launch the very deliberate engagement now, this could be something done by September, or do you think this will be like a multi-year process?
I'm not an expert in that area. I mean, it could take up to a year. I don't know.
And do you think the moratorium should apply just to certain neighborhoods, or should it be citywide?
Well, I think that it should definitely apply to mature neighborhoods, and it could be citywide as well if it's a citywide issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford on the first round.
Yeah, I guess I just, there's this narrative out there that we haven't done engagement, so I just want to dig into that a bit. Are you aware of the city plan? I'll go to Speaker Steve, I believe. Is it number 4? Rose. No, Rose? No, wait, no, the gentleman that was speaking at number 4. Oh, Joe. Okay, sorry.
Spellacy.
Sorry. Spellacy, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I am aware of the city plan. When I looked at it online, it had 6 guiding values, and I'll just quote 3 of them to you, being that I want to belong and contribute. I want to live in a place that feels like home, and I want to preserve what matters most.
Thank you. Councillor
So
Rutherford.
my question was specifically, are you aware of the engagement? Not, I don't need the site from the city plan.
Yeah.
I'm asking if you were aware of the engagement that went into the city plan.
In 2017 and 2018, yes.
Okay, so there was that, and then are you aware of the engagement that happened with the zoning bylaw renewal?
There were some renewal meetings, I'm told, but more importantly is that the consultation, the engagement wasn't meaningful because most of us had no idea of the context of what's going on. You know that Better Infills did a professional survey in just last year of 300 people. Polaris did it. 6%, only 6% said that they could tell you with any familiarity about this new bylaw. Over 60% couldn't. So there wasn't engagement. There may have been talks, but it was not in context, because I don't think anyone on council pictured some of these people's homes being covered on either side by full walls of lumber. I really don't. So this is the time to look back and say, how do we fix this? How do we work with this? Because the engagement back then it wasn't meaningful.
Yeah, I'm not here to debate that, and I think we're skirting into 3.32, but so there is engagement on, like, whether we agree with the quality, I'm just saying there was an engagement on city plan, there was engagement on the zoning bylaw, 5 years of work went into the zoning bylaw renewal, and then there was actually engagement on district plans in addition to that. And then, were you aware that council also extended the timeline of putting these things into place for further engagement?
Well, I
based
know
on
that
feedback?
I know that there was a 1 week of, if that's the extension of the
No, a
public
1 year.
hearings in October.
No, 1 year of extension for further engagement. It was
Nope,
referred
I
back.
wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Like many, many, many other citizens.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So maybe to Mr. Hamilton, I noted you nodding along in my previous questions, so I just have a couple more on that. On this program, is it true that if a building could be built with CMHC support and financing and the like, but if it's sold and somebody has a different financing perspective, then those requirements don't necessarily carry over to a subsequent owner? Is that?
Well, I wasn't nodding to say that would be the
No, I know.
case.
That's just you knew. Yeah.
Yeah, so what I understand about CMHC, there is a criteria and there is a process to prove that should not happen. Okay. So you're suggesting something that is realistically not going to happen.
That's my question.
Yeah, exactly. Realistically, that can't happen because of the way the contract is set. You can't, after a year or two, decide to sell to someone who's not going to upkeep the original contract to hold for at least 10 years to continue the affordability of a number of units to make up the percentage that was agreed based on the numbers to achieve the CMHC funding.
Okay, thank you. That was the question I had.
I'll just ask that we limit questions around financing, just because I think it might be I'm getting a look.
Yeah, I understand, Councillor, that you're looking at the affordability question, but just a reminder of what the question is before you hear with respect to the amendment to the district plans.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Chair returned.
Mayor Sohi.
So I can ask questions about affordability or not?
Yeah, Councillor, I think affordability overall is a valid land use planning question. I just don't want us to necessarily get into the ins and outs of particular financing if we can avoid doing that.
Yeah, okay, got it. My question is to Speaker Dulatt. First of all, thank you so much for your commitment to Edmonton and also creating the opportunities for many Edmontonians who may otherwise not be able to live in those mature neighborhoods. I want to acknowledge your commitment.
Thank you, G.
And I'm sorry that what you have to experience. We hear this often around infill developers being foreign investors. You work closely within the industry. My understanding, let me know if that can be confirmed with your experience, that a vast majority of the infill developers are local Edmontonians, equally committed to Edmonton as you are.
Yeah, so I'm actually from BC originally. So I moved here 12 years ago, and there was a big issue with foreign investors. There's absolutely no doubt. Edmonton's not quite there yet. The most foreign investors that come across here are people coming from Toronto or BC. They'll look at maybe selling their house there, buying a fourplex here and their own residence. That's what I've seen personally. I haven't seen any overseas investors. We're just not that market quite yet, I'd say. And but there's that, I guess, in the media or social media.
These are Canadians moving from one
Canadians,
city to another city,
interprovincial, yeah, interprovincial.
right? And they move there with the families and they create opportunities. No, cool. No, I just wanted to make sure that I had that clarity. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just begin with another point of information. Although we did change the orders for Thursday and made it clear that we are not on break until the 7th, we are still getting emails from folks that say it's urgent that we let council know. So I'm just saying we have made this clear in this process. It's public information. People are still not hearing it. So I just wanted to make that statement again for the public that even though we are being very clear and open, there are still going to be people who aren't hearing the information. So with that, I'll continue my questions. Mr. Hamilton, you gave some thoughts on development and the cost of the actual facade and the design, bearing in mind restrictions on the market. So to this land use discussion of going from 8 to 6 or whatever may end up happening, Edmonton is currently the most affordable big city in Canada, and that's great for residents. What I've heard from some folks, though, is that developers would choose to build in other municipalities so they get a greater return on investment. Is that sort of what you're talking about?
I don't think so. If you could just repeat that question so I'll make sure I understand.
So you were talking about when you gave that great description of the entryway and the balance, and that you'd love to do more on the architectural side, but there are constraints as far as
cost.
Of costs, yeah. And so, in a different city, maybe those costs wouldn't be a constraint. In Edmonton, are they a constraint? Is my question.
Yes, it is a constraint here, and probably in other cities too.
In other cities too.
It really does come down to the standard of living, what we're trying to create. Our standard of building housing has increased greatly, as you're most probably aware. And that comes with cost. And so the dollar per square foot, say 10, 15 years ago, is completely different to what it is today. So how do we build and design sustainably? And this is why I shared the slide where intensification is an easy equation that to get the balance, we've got to intensify. We've got to bring more people into the city to help grow the city and to pay for the cost of the city to grow. We have infrastructure that is old. We have many houses around that is dilapidated, below standard, and are just sitting there. And we need to move fast. I know there's a sense of trying to slow down. And I guess my urgency is because of where I come from. And I've seen it, and it's going to happen again. And we do not want to be like Vancouver and Toronto, where it's becoming unaffordable to live.
Okay.
And they're now coming here.
I made this point last week in another discussion, but I think it fits here. Edmonton collects about $1 billion less per year for operations than Calgary, despite serving a similar population size. And we do actually have maybe a little bit more infrastructure to maintain. That's $3.7 billion compared to $4.7 billion. So we actually collect less tax dollars, but the mill rate is higher because we don't have the same number of residences and properties. So this is sort of one of the challenges we're trying to solve here. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Again, I don't know if I'm not hearing
because
you
the
that
challenge
well.
we're trying to solve here is more densification so that people pay less taxes and get more bang for their buck.
Correct.
We already collect less than $1 billion than Calgary, despite serving a similar sized population who utilizes our infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the tax, it's not the tax dollars that's the concern, it's the mill rate, because we don't have the same amount of properties that add to the tax base. And so that's why we're having this whole conversation about the land use. Is it appropriate land use?
Yes, exactly. And it's funny, actually, because what drew me to Edmonton, and I was living in Calgary for 13 years doing this same thing. And Calgary told me I'm 10 years ahead of my time. I came to Edmonton because of the Missing Middle competition, which I entered into and was one of the runners-up. I moved here in 2019 because I believed that Edmonton was more forward-thinking than Calgary. Now I've moved up here, it looks like Calgary is starting to take over. And I'm just saying that there is a need for us to build more, to attract more people to this city, to help it grow the way it should grow. People are going to come here. We need to be ready to accommodate these people to help build our economy.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Rice, I'm just going to, when my little mic light goes on here, that pretty much means your time is up. So I just want to make sure we can get through everybody. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Go ahead, Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I saw our legal counsel try to remind, so we're not talking about the budget, not talk about the tax, even though that is a topic I really have passion to talk about more. So I want to focus on those 3.1, 3.2 specific district policy proposal change in front of us. So my next question is going to Mr. Camerons, and I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce your name right. So is it still online? Mr. Rob? Yeah. Thank you so much. And I heard you talk about the reason why you're against this change. I just want to confirm my understanding is correct here. So I appreciate you mentioned about 6% is site coverage. And for that piece, what I heard here, if we proposed policy change and we use RSM zone for some transition, but from your perspective, still not to meet that gentle densification purpose. So from your perspective, this change will not make the big difference. You rather say stay the same. So is that my understanding correct?
No.
Okay.
I guess I wasn't sure whether to register to support it or to oppose it, but really what I think is it's not enough. And I think you heard that from the first panel. The idea of plonking a 40-unit apartment building in the middle of a mature neighborhood, to me, is just, it's very strange, right? And not a large, I'm okay with a large apartment building. There's a very nice large apartment building a block from my house. They have apartment building amenities. They deal with the garbage. They have underground parking. They have an elevator. They deal with the landscaping. And it doesn't cause a lot of problems. But to take down one house and replace it with 40, whether it's on a corner lot or a inside lot, it seems crazy to me.
Okay, so what I heard here, and then we add that one additional criteria for the corner lot, and you did not see the difference between the mid blocks and the corner lot.
Well, you still allow the mid blocks to be considered if you read the text.
Okay. So thank you for that clarification. So because I try to understand different reasons why you were against this change.
Well,
thank
I
you
would
for that. Yeah.
Support it. If you're not going to amend it to make it stronger, support it as is. But I'm suggesting you amend it to make it stronger.
Okay. So thank you. So my next question, and I'm going to continue to go to Ms. Vermester. So through my first round question, I heard this is not going far enough. And from your opinion, and so what does that look like, go far enough? Is just the entirely just pass infill development and based on this zoning bylaw 2001, or you have some different perspective you'd like to share with us?
Well, I think it's been said many times that mid-block buildings of 6 or more units does not fit well into most neighborhoods. This is complicated by the fact that the footprint is bigger than the neighbor's house. So if you're going down the street, you can see a large building that is up to 6 feet closer to the sidewalk than the houses beside it. So it's causing a change in the way the neighborhood appears, the amount of space, the amount of green space. So I'm opposed to mid-block buildings of 6 and 8 units. It is very disrespectful to the neighborhood, to the people that have paid for those homes for many decades. That's what I would say.
Okay, so you would like to say this district policy either stay the same as it is or is changed and to stop any like mid-block development, just only focus on quarter size?
Well, mid-block development could be agreeable. Let's say 4 units or duplexes, depending on the neighborhood. If a neighborhood is nothing but single-family homes, why not go to duplexes with backyard suites, something that fits that neighborhood?
So that's actually a great point. Is you want to look at it as community character, but as a bottom line,
Absolutely.
and to do the development.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you. I believe that concludes questions to panel 1. Seeing no others, so we'll go to panel 2 in favor. We have just 2 speakers. Alistair Illich. Please come on down. And Danielle Lafreniere. Is Danielle here as well?
I am here. I'm just in the foyer with a baby.
Oh.
So I would like to speak. Should I come in now or?
Yeah, come on in now.
Okay.
I was just going to, you have many volunteers to hold that baby, so. I think we can get started with Alistair Illich. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors, for listening. So I'm in support of the bylaw because it provides clarity for residents. There are already 29 requests for RSM upzonings in McKernan and Belgravia combined. Our neighborhood is being greatly impacted by this. There's a lot at stake for our neighborhood. There are 2 mid-block upzoning applications on my block alone, and I do not live on a corridor or within 400 meters of an LRT station. When upzoning applications are put in, residents get no indication regarding what is planned for construction, and if it is, such a broad permissive zoning that so much could be put in. One of these mid-block sites across from me is just now being built up as a 7-unit row house. Construction is almost complete, and there appears to be no room for garage behind. As such, neighbors are puzzled as to what the builder's intention is for this site. But the existing build, I can tell you, is at the very edge of what the site can respectfully accommodate. Regardless of what they do, if upzoning were approved, even if they change nothing with the build, neighboring properties would now be supported for RSM upzoning should someone apply, despite it being completely out of scale and character for the block, since it appears to be just within the 100 meters of 76th Avenue, which is a corridor. When considering these types of upzoning requests as they come to council, including sites that are already under construction, please consider this potential impact. If interior lots are allowed to be upzoned, what incentive is there for developers to follow the city plan and build their big projects in areas like nodes and corridors that were identified as having better ability to support density? There needs to be some organization to our neighborhoods. Please support this bylaw and provide residents with more predictability. Now, I believe I have quite a bit of time left, so there were a couple of questions that came up that I felt were directed to some of the other speakers, and I'd like to just speak up on my opinion on them. So there was one question about the number of bedrooms permitted per unit, and how there's this kind of conflicting information about wanting more units, but also resisting more units, more bedrooms. So I personally would like to see more multi-bedroom units that can accommodate families with children or just larger extended families as part of these projects. But when 8-unit row houses put in 3 to 4 bedrooms in each unit, they are not providing family-friendly units. They're providing very little livable space, storage, or design characteristics conducive for housing families. Most of I've seen some floor plans, and they have quite often just, like the one is 17 bedrooms, 17 bathrooms, like complete bathrooms. These are intended for individual renters to, not for families. I think setting a cap on total number of bedrooms per site may address this, instead of limiting the number allowed in one unit. It may mean fewer tenants per row house, but more livable conditions for those tenants and less impact. Then there was one question regarding economic factors and whether if there's a market for these projects, if we should be restricting them. So I do not believe that residents are choosing these homes, but investors are seeing them as an opportunity. And I can get into that some more, but we don't know if renters really will choose these places to live. Very few have been completed to the point of occupancy. If this is the bulk of what we are building, these row houses and RSMs, then some people's choice will be between these units, even if they're poorly suited to their needs, or no accommodation at all. This especially applies to vulnerable populations such as foreign students, which I understand will be one of the intended tenant populations for the university. In our housing emergency, just like any other emergency, it is important not to panic. In this case, I would caution against solely concentrating on the units built while ignoring people's broader needs. When there was discussion regarding property tax collection as well, I believe my thought is it could be that Calgary has a lot more apartment buildings, condos, that kind of density. I don't know that they have a lot more row houses yet. Now, I remember one email I got from Councillor Jans that was quite eye-opening for me. There was one development that went up on University Ave near me, and it was showing that what used to, like a site that used to house 5 single-family homes, it was cleared and it was a suitable location. They built an apartment high-rise or mid-rise. I think it's 160, 190 units. And instead of generating $20,000 per year, $21,000 I think per year in property tax, it is now over $500,000. So that is true tax base. That is densification with infrastructure to support it. It also came with contributions to the local park, playground revitalization. It was respectful to the community, and it had public engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go to Ms. Lafreniere. There's a standing mic over at this podium if you prefer. That one's higher, yeah.
Hello. That was very well said. Thank you for your input. My name is Danielle Lafreniere. I live on 111th Avenue in the Highlands neighborhood. My property was designated as historical last year, and I'd like to acknowledge the effort by the consideration given by this council for that designation. It was very much appreciated by myself and my neighbors. It's the Sheldon Power residence, and behind me, in the last couple of months, well, since 2020 that I moved in, I knew one property was being knocked down for a larger scale build. In the time since then and in the last year, a total of 5 properties on a block that's about 4 properties long will be redeveloped, and it's the permits have not been settled yet, so it could be anything from the mid-block to the node property increase. I'm not here to actually focus on the value of historic properties. I care a lot more about the tree preservation in the neighborhood. Mature neighborhoods, whether they hold historic properties or not, which is a separate value, it adds to the natural characterization of my neighborhood and all other mature neighborhoods that are near the city center that are valued highly for densification for obvious reasons of being closer to amenities and improving the livability of all people of Edmonton. Mature neighborhoods are characterized by the mature trees and foliage as much as they are their homes. Preserving the community spirit of a neighborhood should be valued as much as the number of people it holds. I understand that the densification in less desired neighborhoods only is not an option. We can't ghettoize our problems, and I think that everyone deserves to enjoy these mature neighborhoods as they are. I am for improvements to our neighborhoods to support solving the housing crisis in Edmonton. However, I believe that maintaining these lots with their landscape characterizations, the trees throughout the neighborhood, the gardens that we plant that are quickly overshadowed by increasing building sizes, and the general enjoyment of these neighborhoods will convert our river forest city over time to resemble the treeless view of Calgary that you recognize when you drive from the north. Bylaw requirements do require specific vegetation enhancements following infill, but in practice this regularly isn't enforced. And ecologically speaking, as a professional engineer specializing in erosion and sediment control, I can tell you that the likeliness of an average new build homeowner to replace a mature spruce tree is decreasing as we value other things in its place. We cannot replace the foliage and the vegetation that we value in these mature neighborhoods that's quickly imposed by not only divided lots, but now multiplex developments. And although densification in the building height and in some cases the footprint is required, I do think that I think the zoning bylaws should include some, I suppose, some allowance for the consideration of what that visual aesthetic is, but also the ecological benefit of what we value outside of downtown, for what makes it feel like you're not in downtown. I mean, Highlands is very close to downtown and many other neighborhoods similarly, but it really can feel like you have a piece of paradise that's not so hot and made of concrete. And when you look up in the sky, you see foliage. That's part of these mature neighborhoods that I see being pulled out of the sky every year as I see developments continuing. So I suppose my main point is that I know that this zoning is specific to RM to RSM, but I do have reservations about how we currently value those improvements. And as I said, professionally speaking, I'm concerned about a lot more than just the aesthetic value, but the ecological as well as the rainwater management issues as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We'll now go to questions of our speakers, if any. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you both for being here and for taking the time to speak today. I appreciated the perspectives that you shared. And maybe just to our second speaker, Danielle, I really appreciated the points you brought up around just the retention of our urban tree canopy, not just on the public side and our boulevard trees, but just the importance of our private tree inventory as well. And I was just curious, you brought up an important point around follow through on landscaping requirements, because we have requirements, but want to make sure those developers are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. Are you aware of some of the changes that we made around the landscaping securities to make sure that follow through is happening?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I've just been basing it off of my own observations of properties that have not maintained that confirmation.
Right. Okay, it's a relatively new change to our approach, so would be happy to chat with you about that offline as well, because I think it's just a critically important one, and I know not directly related to the RSM discussion that we're having today, but would be happy to follow up and just talk about some of the work we're doing there and how we can continue improving that.
And are you? I mean, are you maintaining the? Is the requirement specify between, say, something like a conifer versus a columnar aspen, like a native spruce versus something that's not going to branch out and have much of a drip zone and prevent much runoff from, like, is a tree to the city?
Great question, and I know there's a higher level of detail around the specificity of like the type of tree that we required, whether it's a native species, things like that I don't have in front of me right now, but again, would be super happy to be able to take that offline and go through some of those details.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much again to both of you for being here. Just to Speaker Illich, so really appreciate your perspectives and preempting some of the questions as well. I think your point around ensuring that people's housing needs are met is a really key one. And I appreciate, I think what I was hearing your concern is that, if the market swings and there's only one type of housing available, can we be sure that that's meeting people's needs? What is the best way, do you think, to determine what those needs are and make sure that we're planning for them?
Well, I think one of the issues we face here as well is the fertility rate here in Edmonton isn't super huge. The population growth we're seeing is not internally based. So I think a lot of what is coming is what we're providing housing for as well. So I think it makes it very difficult for some people to come if there aren't housing options for them, and that can change demographic as well. Personally, I think the market, demand for a certain housing type will cause the construction of it, as long as there aren't disproportionate incentives for building specific ones that are more profitable. And if there's enough of them, and I can talk about this as well, in our neighborhood of McKernan and Belgravia combined, there were 112 sales of single detached houses since January 1st, 2024, when the bylaw came into effect. We know of 46, I believe, projects that are in the pipeline for row houses. So this is a giant shift in the way our housing is being produced, and people are given fewer options. And these are replacing the lower, more affordable houses that people could have started in.
Yeah, well, and maybe the counterpoint I would maybe offer to that is isn't the historical composition of the neighborhood arguably not providing choices for folks? I think that proportionally there was quite a high proportion of single detached, and continues to be quite a high proportion of single detached homes. So I hear your concern that choices are being lost, but it seems more that they're being rebalanced, that new choices are being added into the neighborhood that previously didn't have those options.
Well, I'd argue in McKernan, which is where I live, it's not like most houses. Well, I wouldn't say most. I don't have the statistics, but many have secondary suites, backyards. On both sides of us, we have suites. One of them has a garden suite, and it's very respectful the way it's been done and everything. I have no objection to that at all. And a lot of people, we have a friend who built a new house. They have a very nice full-size basement suite, 2-bedroom, and they rent it out for $1,100 a month, which is cheaper than a lot of these affordable builds that are just really not, again, I can't comment on, there will be good builds, there will be bad builds. But I can tell you that there are some very affordable ones that are on offer. And yeah, there's a good mix, and they're versatile units. They're not, like these ones that are being built are quite often, I've seen some floor plans, and again, it's hard to make much else fit other than students and singles.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. You know, when we look even at census information in terms of what the highest population groups are, you know, we do see an increase in the number of one-person households, not you know, even just people aging, living on their own, the likelihood of people delaying marriage, for example. They don't necessarily set up as couples right away, but appreciate your perspectives about what you've been seeing in your neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all of our questions for this panel. Seeing no others, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate you waiting around. We'll now go to those opposed, panel 2. Speaker number 1, Matthew Lawrence. Matthew Lawrence here. Speaker number 2, Sandy Kulo. Sandy Kulo. Oh, okay, please find your way down here. Okay, thank you. Speaker number 3, Kim Wagner. Oh, isn't that lovely? Speaker number 4, Jeff Booth from Infill Development in Edmonton. Mr. Booth here? Yeah, there he is. Okay. Speaker 5, Kelly Petrick. Kelly Petrick. Speaker 6 has withdrawn. Speaker 7, Win Shapka. Is Win Shapka here? Not yet. Speaker 8 has withdrawn. Speaker 9, Diane Newman. Speaker 10, Mark Zubis. Mark Zubis? Nope. I have 3 more that have since registered to speak. Speaker 11, Aaron Budnick. Aaron Budnick, who may be remote. Okay, we'll check again. Speaker 12, Samuel Rad. Samuel Rad, please come on down. Yep. And Speaker 13, Brendan Samick, who may be remote. Brendan Samick. I heard a ding, but I couldn't read it. That was him? Okay. Okay. Okay, our first speaker is Matthew Lawrence. I have a check mark for Matthew Lawrence. Did he disappear on us? No? Okay, Speaker 2, Sandy Kulo.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sandy Kulo. I'm a physician with specialty qualifications in psychiatry, addictions medicine, forensics, and geriatrics. I've worked in healthcare for over 30 years. I have lived in 8 major cities across North America, including Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, and Victoria. I currently work in the inner city with Edmonton's most vulnerable populations. I regularly testify as an expert medical witness in criminal and civil matters. In my opinion, there's an urgent need for sweeping changes to the current city plan. I support Councillor Cartmell's motion to place a moratorium on multi-family infill development in the RS zone. As Mr. Cartmell stated last week, we need to pause, reflect, and fix what's broken before we approve more of the same. In my opinion, the city needs to go further than merely pause multi-unit developments. The mature neighborhood overlay, zoning bylaw 12800, should be reinstated. Like many of my neighbors, I am not opposed to infill or responsible densification. For most of my life, I have lived in large metropolitan cities in the downtown core. Personal matters brought me to Edmonton prior to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. After a 9-month search, I eventually found a wonderful home in a lovely mature neighborhood called Crestwood. I've never attended a city council meeting before in any city I have resided in, or spoken publicly about any non-professional matters in a forum such as this. However, the agenda items before us today that involve zoning bylaw 2001 were important to me. So important that I booked the day off, taking time away from my patients and very busy medical and medical legal practice. Over the past several months, I have spent hours, if not entire days, or weeks discussing and researching 2001 and its ramifications. I have participated in community meetings, had gatherings and informal chats with my neighbors, and have emailed and met with Councillor Andrew Knack on more than one occasion. I have been on the phone countless times to 311 and have had several discussions with bylaw and peace officers. I have been personally threatened with violence by someone who is working on a development approximately half a block away from my home. I know one of the urban arborists by name and have had multiple discussions with development compliance officers. I find myself taking photographs and videos of infill construction sites when I see serious concerns, which is sadly something that happens with increasing regularity. Anyone who knows me well would be incredibly surprised to hear about these activities. I am a very busy professional, and I am also a caregiver to very elderly parents. My parents and siblings were initially quite bewildered by my newfound interest in municipal affairs. Now that they see what is happening in Edmonton's mature residential neighborhoods, they stand behind me, encourage me. They are likely watching and listening as we meet today. My father is in his 90s and my mother is in her 80s. I listened to the June 3rd proceedings from home and was heartened by the active participation and curiosity of Councillors Rice and Principe, who asked cogent questions about how the bylaw changes affected Edmontonians. The remainder of council seemed more interested in their own agendas and keeping their strategic partners happy and the federal money flowing. Edmontonians were clear on June 3rd, and they have been very clear today. They do not want more of the same. The consequences of rapid development and change were evident. I heard the harm that has been done to many individuals and to communities. The adverse effects concern me greatly. I have so many concerns about the mental health effects and quality of life impacts the city's bylaw changes have had and continue to have on Edmontonians. I see the evidence every day as an expert in psychiatry. The strain on my friends and neighbors, the moral injuries to community members whose opinions and values are disrespected and disregarded, the fears and anxieties that my neighbors and friends have about their futures and their properties. I worry about people living in this city, including myself, because it does not feel like home anymore. It does not seem to be a democracy. The city does not appear to care about what Edmontonians want. It does not take an expert in human behavior like me to conclude that this type of relationship between a municipality and its residents will lead to a degradation of morale, of connectedness, and of engagement. In my opinion, people already are feeling hopeless and defeated. I see friends and colleagues strained, stressed, scared, confused, and hurt. I don't see many satisfied community members. If you have time to ask me questions about 2 significant incidents that have happened in my life with this infill development, please feel free to ask me.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I'll just note we have one additional registration for this panel. Alex Green will be, so far, the last speaker on this panel. We'll now go to Kim.
Point of order. The speaker referenced a motion that I wasn't aware was on the floor.
I'm sorry, what?
A motion for a pause on info.
I'm not the first person who has mentioned this today.
I am not aware of a motion that was put on the floor to debate
So
or to
we're not going to
discuss.
go, we're not doing this back and forth. At a public hearing, people can come and talk about snowflakes and sunshine if they want to. People can talk
Sure,
about
but
whatever
if
they
people
want.
are supporting a motion that doesn't exist, that should be clear to the public. That motion is not.
Noted, Councillor Paquette. Let's get on with the speakers. Thanks. We'll now go to
right.
Kim Wagner.
Thank you. 8-year-old boy suffers accident at infill site as Edmonton plows through with infill. If only emergency response could have accessed the road easier. We told them from the beginning. Edmonton residents raised concerns about multifamily housing not meeting national building code standards. Next slide. Imagine the headlines. The potential was there on June 28th, 2025. My 8-year-old son, pictured here, it's a little bit difficult to see, but at the infill site of 14132 and 14134 98 Avenue, as I called 311 to make a complaint about lack of fencing, my curious 8-year-old son wandered onto an open excavation, unmanned construction site. OHS, 311, Councillor Knack, every single one of them were made aware of this situation. On June 3rd, I brought this situation to Council's attention as well. Next slide, please. There was a clear lack of secure fencing all around the entire property. You can see I've designated with an orange line where the fence boundary ends around the open excavation, and I've added, I don't know, an emoji there for where my son was. Please move on to the next slide. There were hedges from the neighboring property that were being used as a fence line. Next slide. Same property, same day, no fencing in sight to secure the straight cut excavation. What do you think an appropriate response time to this is from 311, OHS, and the builder? Next slide, please. This is a timeline of events just on my calculations and my experience. Every single one of these incidences were with infractions from bylaw from this particular builder at this site. You see about maybe 11 to 13 of them occurring between January 28th to June 23rd, as early as last week. You can see that I have included information on 311 OHS, Councillor Knack, safety codes officers being called, emergency response vehicles struggling for access into the neighboring property for a legitimate emergency response from a life-threatening incident with a neighbor, not affiliated with the infill. Next slide, please. I am not going to focus on this, but you do have the proof that I have reference numbers from my OHS conversations and my conversations with 311. Eventually, over the course of this timeline, we see that the OHS officer that I met, Safety Codes Officer Scott Kiefler, who I'd met on February 25th, had mentioned that he is actually the only safety codes officer in the city at the time to deal with issues like this. It took him just about 30 days to make it onto this site that did not have fencing around it. So in the past, we have discussed what accountability looks like for developers. And I will ask for the next couple of slides, please. I believe slide 13, if you could move on to, which specifically references the project implementation plan guide that our developers are not being held accountable to. Nothing is being enforced. Next slide, please. Thank you. It is clearly written that there should be proper fencing around excavation sites. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. We go so far as to talk about fencing and access control, construction site fire safety plan from this project implementation plan guide. And the only thing that has actually been made apparent through these 500 days of this bylaw being enacted is the complete disregard for public safety that has emerged at all. We should be speaking to public safety and holding developers accountable before we can move on talking about how much more bigger and wider we're going to be building. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to our afternoon break. So we are on recess until 3:45. Councillors, Councillor Wright. Good afternoon, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor.
Sorry, point of order, online can't hear us.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
We'll hold up then. Thank you for that.
Councillor Cartmel, the issue's been addressed.
Okay, thank you. We'll start again then. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon again.
Afternoon, Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hi there, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Mayor Sohi.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Councillor Rice.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, we'll pick up where we left off with speakers. I believe next will be Jeff Booth.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Booth. I'm a planner with Situate, and I'm here today on behalf of the Infill Development in Edmonton Association. Council has set an ambitious and vital goal to make Edmonton a leader in housing, sustainability, and smart growth. And the work we've done so far, 2 infill roadmaps, the city plan, zoning bylaw renewal initiative, open option parking, has moved us meaningfully toward that goal. It's working. Just this month, CMHC released a report showing that Edmonton is the only major city in Canada on track to meet its housing needs. That's no small achievement. In fact, it's a powerful validation of the work this council has done. You've created a regulatory environment that cities across North America are watching and trying to learn from. But the changes being proposed today to the district policy, especially when considered alongside the RS amendments, threaten to undo that progress. The proposed district policy amendments will make it harder to rezone to the RSM zone. While we don't love the proposed amendments, they're largely in line with what we expected, and on their own, we could live with them. But when you pair it with the RS zone changes also on today's agenda, the cumulative effect is serious. We're making it harder to build under the base zoning and harder to rezone if the base zoning doesn't work. That leaves fewer pathways to build housing. It means more direct control applications, longer review timelines, greater workload for administration, increased costs and delays for builders and homeowners, and ultimately, it means fewer homes get built. We risk falling behind just as we're gaining momentum. We risk making it harder and more expensive to provide housing for people living in Edmonton now and those who will come in the future. The second challenge with this is consistency between policy and zoning. Right now, the RSF zone is the lowest density zone used in Edmonton suburbs. It allows a height of 12 meters and site coverage of 55% as of right. That's considered small scale. But in mature neighborhoods, a rezoning to the RSM zone, which also allows a 12-meter building, is considered additional scale. If the built form is the same, why are we calling it 2 different things depending on where it's located? That kind of double standard undermines the clarity and fairness we've all worked hard to build, and it makes suburban development more attractive than infill. The bigger that policy gap becomes, the fewer people will choose to build in mature neighborhoods. And when fewer people build in established areas, we push growth outward. That leads to longer commutes, more car dependency, and a larger infrastructure footprint. Pipes, roads, and services have to stretch farther, and that doesn't just increase the cost of living, it increases everyone's taxes. Because the more infrastructure we build and maintain, the more we all pay. When we make infill harder, we all carry the cost. Council has already shown that bold planning decisions can lead to real results. You've created a framework that's enabling more homes, faster approvals, and a better functioning city. Let's not lose that momentum. We're not asking you to reject the district policy amendments outright. We're asking you to look at them in context, to consider how they compound the barriers created by the proposed RS amendments, and to think about what that means, not just for home builders, but for the people of Edmonton. Let's not rebuild barriers just as we've started to break them down. Let's stay aligned with our goals and values. Let's keep Edmonton on the path to being a housing leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Kelly Petrick.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you to the many residents who have taken time off of work and away from your families to be here today. Your presence speaks volumes and reflects just how deeply people care about the future of their communities. I live in Crestwood and I'm the direct neighbor to the 16-unit investment opportunity that Bylaw 2001 created. You're asking me if I'm opposed to this motion. Yes, I am. But let me be clear, opposing these proposed amendments does not mean I support keeping any aspect of Bylaw 2001 as it currently stands. That is a false and misleading narrative. Residents deserve the opportunity to oppose harmful changes without being boxed into supporting a flawed status quo. Framing opposition in this way feels less like democratic engagement and more like strategic misdirection. If City Council is truly committed to transparency and meaningful public input, then it must stop forcing residents into these oversimplified, manipulative choices. We're not asking for perfection. We're asking to be heard, accurately represented, and given fair options. Should we be satisfied with the crumbs of engagement while real change passes us by? Despite numerous meetings, letters, conversations, the very outcomes residents have raised about overdevelopment, safety risks, and planning failures continue to unfold in our communities again and again and again. Buying a home is often the biggest decision someone makes in their life. It is their largest financial investment, often their proudest moment. And yet, under these new zoning bylaws, anyone who dares to speak up in defense of their home, their future, or their neighborhood is labeled as intolerant, privileged, entitled. We are fortunate to have choices in Canada, in Alberta, and here in Edmonton. Once upon a time, people could choose where they wanted to live, whether that's in the energetic urban core, suburban development, or a quiet, mature neighborhood. Today, there is no guarantee that the neighborhood you chose will remain anything close to what you invested in. The City of Edmonton has prioritized these blanket zoning bylaws under the banner of urgency to house the unhoused, to support students, newcomers, and other vulnerable communities. But when these groups are used as shields to justify sweeping deregulation, unchecked development, it is not only dishonest, it is deeply disrespectful. And the truth is, residents have spent hours trying to become experts in municipal planning just to be heard, only to be treated like defiant children when they raise valid concerns about infrastructure, emergency access concerns, or safety considerations. This isn't about 8 or 6 units, building size, side entrances, or the design features. While those things are important, the deeper issue has become that many residents across Edmonton no longer trust this council. I'll say that again. Residents across Edmonton no longer trust this council. That should concern you, because that is what is happening. What is happening here isn't apathy. It's organized engagement, grassroots action by people who feel completely shut out of the decision-making process. We are left wondering, will this council commit to genuine, transparent engagement, including neighborhood-specific planning and consultation? Will this council stop using marginalized communities as rhetorical tools and instead create policies that are rooted in their needs? Will this council do the hard work of rebuilding trust, not through slogans, but through accountability? We are everyday Edmontonians. Parents, workers, students, seniors, longtime residents, and newcomers alike. We are not here to stop change. We're here to demand that it be done thoughtfully, responsibly, and with integrity. I too support Councillor Cartmell's expected motion to pause multifamily infill in the RS zone, to allow time for reflection on the program's goals, and most importantly, how to involve communities. I urge the pause. Together, if this approach can help Edmonton reach its density goals in partnership with residents and not at their expense, please stop pitting communities against each other and start building with us. And finally, a suggestion. If you're going to continue with the How We Grow campaign, I offer this edit. how we grow, together with transparency, accountability, and integrity.
Thank you. Next, we have Diane Newman.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak my mind on what concerns me and to be heard. I'm here to speak about the issue of carbon monoxide and the high efficiency furnaces that are now in place by the government. And I recognize that this is not basically a council issue, but it is impacting the community and the building of multi-units. I'm concerned that previously row houses had the exhaust venting from the chimney at the roof, and now high efficiencies vent approximately 1 meter above the ground. While the building code mentions the environmental concerns of prevailing winds, I have experienced a downdraft as the prevailing wind clears the peak of the house, dropping a great amount of snow on the leeward side of the roof, with additional draping and swoops on the eaves and a drift on the ground. This downdraft keeps the exhaust close to the building. There is also heat retention of the brick, stone, or stucco siding from the heat of the sun, creating a microcosm around the house, drawing the exhaust closer to the home. The temperature differential of hot exhaust and freezing winter temperature can develop an air inversion, trapping the exhaust closer to the ground and potentially close to the basement window wells. The extreme cold also has the exhaust moving in a plume with the least resistance close to the building. With smaller lots, the exhaust from the furnace, hot water tank, fireplace, dryer, as well as the vents from the kitchen, cooking, dryer, bathroom fan greatly increase the potential for the exhaust to re-enter the home. The addition of decks, fences, growing trees, sheds, and doghouses can compromise the airflow required to dissipate the exhaust. While installers can measure the distance to the door, window, and vents, the complexity of including wind, sun, and variable temperatures may require the development of an algorithm to create an accurate evaluation model for installation of high-efficiency furnaces. Prefab homes need to be customized to take into consideration factors of the lot direction, north, south, east, west, as the wind blows, as well as the alignment of the exhaust in relationship to the existing home to reduce negative impact. The opening of a window helps to keep us connected to nature and grounded in reality, especially for those living in basement suites. Often these windows are quite small, and I don't even know if people could have it as an exit. The sealing of windows in a basement suite or restricting them to emergency egress would only reduce the livability of these units. Infill homes in older neighborhoods may exhaust their furnace fumes towards the neighboring home. And while many homes of bungalow nature have side windows, this could potentially drift into their homes depending on which way the wind blows. In December 3rd, a Calgary man dies, and it's assumed he tampered with the furnace. To blame the homeowner for not maintaining the furnace, the window, door seals, or having a carbon monoxide detector is an attempt to absolve the issue of poor design of a home, the furnace, the installation of the furnace, or building codes. A carbon monoxide detector should only be the last line of safety. I do not believe sufficient field tests have been done to ensure safety, and the federal and provincial government should survey current owners so that any problems can be decided on, as I believe the building code is theoretical and does not deal with other problems that could happen. Sorry, I just have too much to say. the hospitals do not investigate why a person has been ill or sick. It is only their statistics in the hospital, and the fire department does not investigate, and we need to know what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. I was remiss in doing this when we got started again, but just a reminder that the matter under discussion at this moment in time is the district plan policy language around development opportunities, and that should the bylaw in front of us pass, that would serve to reduce the development opportunities outside of nodes and corridors. That is the question we're talking about right now. We'll go to Samuel Rad.
Good afternoon. Excuse me if I'm gonna act nervous, because I'm really nervous. Public speaking is scary. Hello everyone. I don't think anybody here or anyone who calls Edmonton home wants anything but the best for our city. Whether you're a long-time resident in a mature neighborhood or someone new to Edmonton, when we choose to live here, we do it with hope for a better life. And we all carry the responsibility of shaping that future, starting today. My name is Samuel Rad, the founder of Nest Infills, and I live at 9614 74 Ave in a sixplex that I proudly designed and built for a local investor in Edmonton, in the Ritchie neighborhood, 2 years ago. This is a gentle density, and this is a gentle density at its best. I know my neighbors personally. I shovel their walk-ins in the winter. They help me with mine. The tenants have all been happy since the day they moved in, and this isn't a one-off. I've completed 3 5-plexes, 1 6-plex, and 2 8-plexes so far, and all of which blend into the neighborhood with intention, with respect, and with good design. None of these buildings scream height or massing. They're well crafted, they're walkable, livable, and they're part of what makes central Edmonton still affordable and vibrant. This hearing isn't just about bylaws or buildings, it's about the future of Edmonton. As was so clearly expressed by the other speaker, the planner from Scituate, the evidence shows that cities who choose to densify intelligently grow stronger, more affordable, and more resilient. He said this perfectly. Infill is not the problem, it's the solution. Right now, most cities in Canada are facing serious recessions, housing crisis, and economic instability. In some places, it feels like that the lights are dimming, but Edmonton still has a spark, very strongly. A chance to grow, attract new talent, and do things smarter than the rest. But if you stall, hesitate, or reverse course on infill, we risk putting Edmonton into an induced financial coma. Let's not do that. Let's build forward with intention. Here are my suggestions. Let's use the best of what we have. Engineering, architecture, planning, and let's do investment in sciences and logics. And here we are now with AI. Let's bring them all together to shape our zoning and growth strategically and intelligently proper. Let's use supercomputers and city modeling tools and algorithms to simulate the impact of density, traffic, utilities, sunlight, affordability, and the rest. We have the tools now in 2025 to do that. Let's use them to make bylaws smarter. Let's invite global talent, planners, architects, AR experts, urban thinkers to help us shape Edmonton's next chapter. These minds would be honored to help a city like ours. Let's not close the door on innovation. Let's reward better designs with a point-based permitting system. Encourage buildings that respect privacy, include green spaces, use passive energy, and fit the streets. The best builders will set up and neighbors will appreciate it. Let's give adjacent neighbors also tax incentives or service upgrades. These folks are often the most impacted. Let's make sure they feel supported, not overlooked. But above all, let's not make it an emotional decision that we will regret years from now. Maybe some of us won't be here, or most of us in the next 50 years. I won't be. I'm 42. But our decisions will live on. This will shape the lives of our kids and our grandkids. So let's act with logic, with care, and with the wisdom of the most qualified minds. There are planners, architects, engineers, economists, and designers out there that would love to make Edmonton a better place. Let's grab all the help that we can, and let's grab it quickly. Let's make Edmonton a city that works and is affordable, and livable, and beautiful, and bold. And one that everybody wins, and not losing residents to cities of Calgary and Vancouver anymore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now go to Brendan Samick. Brendan Samick, remote.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thanks, Council, for listening to me. I do not support reducing the maximum number of units. As a young person, I am concerned for my friends who are unable to afford the housing they need in my neighborhood. Young people deserve a future in the core of the city. Young people deserve to set down roots and build a life for themselves. They are unable to buy a home and set down roots in the core of the city. Our communities are best when we have a diversity of people who are all bought into the success of that neighborhood. Our neighborhoods are called neighborhoods because it's the neighbors in our communities that make a community, not the buildings. Our communities need continual renewal and change over time to ensure that our young people can call Edmonton and our core communities home. Already, our young people are being pushed to the fringes of our city or out entirely. Additionally, a moratorium on building is frankly irresponsible and an abdication of Council's duty to our city's youth. It is crucial to continue building for the future of our city. I have a lot of time left, and so I wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the issues that other people had brought up. I am also concerned about the bylaw violations and the lack of safety that someone else brought up. But if those bylaws and ONH rules are not being followed during construction, we should be dealing with those issues as issues in and of themselves. They are not issues with the zoning bylaw. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now go to Alex Green. Is Alex Green with us? Okay, we'll go back to the top of the list. I have Matthew Lawrence. Nope. Win Shapka. Nope. Mark Zubis. Aaron Budnick. Alex Green. I don't think I'm missing anybody, am I?
Councillor Cartmel, we also have Speaker Samuel Rad added to the list for this panel.
Yeah, I thought we just heard from Samuel. Yep. Okay, I don't think we're missing anybody. If I've missed anybody, please speak up. If not, we'll go to questions of our speakers then. Going once. Okay, Councillor Knack.
I just didn't want to jump in front. I didn't know if anyone else is on. Thanks, Councillor Cartmel, and thanks to the speakers. I think most of our questions have been sort of discussed through, but Dr. Kulo, you touched on one of the items or one of the issues you were dealing with, and I just wanted to give you a chance to flag that for us.
Which item was that?
You had said, I think, one of the experiences you had with...
oh, yes, thank you. Yes. So as a forensic psychiatrist and addictions expert who works in the inner city and has worked in many hospitals over the years, I don't scare easily. I have nerves of steel, as you can probably tell. But I was threatened with violence by somebody who works at a building site about half a block away. He recorded me with his phone, got in my face, was very agitated, And as I was walking away, he said, "I'm going to have some fun with you." I took a picture of his license plate and his vehicle, and as somebody who works with the Edmonton City Police quite closely, I considered calling some of my police colleagues to report a veiled threat on my life, and that is exactly how I took it to be. I then later heard from a neighbor across the alley, an elderly woman who lives with her daughter and son. When I told her about this negative interaction, she said to me, "Was it so-and-so?" I gave her no hints. I didn't say what color of vehicle he drove, what his cultural background was. She said, "Was it him?" I said, "Yes, it was. How do you know?" She said, "I know of him. He's very dangerous, Dr. Kulo. Be careful." I've had locks put on my gates now. I don't like to go outside. I live in a very beautiful home. Because of the stress of my job, I love being out in my garden, taking care of my beautiful 50, 60-year-old elm tree and my flowers. I don't like to do that anymore. I have this man on camera 6 times in the last month, going by my home in his vehicle, stopping, rolling down his windows, and staring. He stops right in front of my house, which happens to have a disabled spot in front of it for my elderly parents when they visit. So that's one incident. And as I said, I don't scare easily, but that made me uneasy. Another neighbor also mentioned that she has had negative interactions with this man. I don't know the particulars, but she also cautioned me. That's one. The second one is that until I became involved in this issue, I didn't know many people in Edmonton. As I noted in my presentation, I moved from Vancouver right before the COVID-19 pandemic and was then swept away working in hospitals dealing with an emergency. But I happened to have a best friend in Edmonton who lived in Parkview. I say lived because she moved away to the suburbs outside of the Anthony Henday Ring. I now have to commute to go see my best friend. Why did she move after living in Crestwood for 25 years, Parkview, which is a neighboring area? She was very concerned about the multiplexes that were encroaching. When a bungalow across the street quickly sold, her husband feared that a multiplex would appear, and in fact it did. Their house went on the market. The realtor thought it would sell in days. 60 people came to see it within 3 days. Every single one of them said, "We love it," because it was updated with solar panels, new heating, hot water tank, new roof, everything you could want on Mackenzie Ravine. But when people saw what was going to be built across the street, they said no thanks. They reduced it $100,000. It didn't sell. Weeks and weeks went by. They reduced it another $100,000. So people can say it's not going to affect our property values, but this is one example. I know of others, and I don't think there's any doubt that it can, in certain neighborhoods, negatively impact property values. And I, for one, will speak personally to the fact that I am very determined to leave Edmonton if this continues, and I'm the only person in the world with my qualifications. And it would be, I'm not going to toot my own horn. I have heard a lot of people today tooting their own horn about what they can do for builds, etc. But I am the only person in the world with my qualifications, and I do think it would be a shame, especially to our inner city Edmontonians who I serve almost every day, and to the court, because I help keep violent individuals off the street. I am here to help protect the public. So those are the 2 incidents I referred to. And thank you very much, Councillor Knack, for asking me about that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm out of time. Appreciate it. Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just had an absolute blank on names right now. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, so sorry, Jeff, to Mr. Booth. Like back to the zoning. The question for us is whether it's more appropriate land use to be 8 or 6. And frankly, we can't take, or sorry, no, wrong one. I'm getting confused now. You know, the area and what's allowed within that area in mid-block and so on and so forth. So what we have to consider in that conversation is what is the best use of land, right? And that can encapsulate a lot of things, but what it can't encapsulate is your feelings on profit or margin about whether something was hard won or hot fought, or lost, or anything like that. So just on the practical level, I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
Sorry, can you?
Yeah, just because like we're having a lot of conversations that actually aren't having to do with the zoning,
right?
As is in front of us. So I'm just you know, and people are injecting their sort of like, you know, developers and things like that, injecting their feelings. We can't have that. What we have to have is just the hard-nosed conversation. So that's what I want to hear from you as someone who works with developers and things like that. So what is the actual issue here? Devoid of any of the emotional arguments.
So, well, like I mentioned, we've got a problem of parity with the suburbs. The RS zone is more restrictive than what you can do there. That's a big reason why people end up rezoning to RSM, is to get that extra site coverage and to avoid the 8-unit cap. However, I mean, like I said, on their own, I think we could live with these amendments to the district policy. I think for where we're at right now in Edmonton, maybe it makes sense to restrict these rezonings to corners, but then in combination with the potential amendments to the RS zone and potentially going from 8 units to 6 in that zone, we're kind of getting into death by 1,000 cuts territory.
Yeah, and that was my mistake, because I've got both files open on my screen. And so I guess the question I have then is, is it an okay compromise to slow down on the mid-block if that meant that we still get density, not as much as we wanted, but the entire conversation itself doesn't get derailed?
Yeah, I think if the opportunities in the RS zone remain largely the same, then these restrictions to where you can rezone to RSM are something that we can deal with.
Okay, because I've heard the opposite, but that's what we have to weigh here, is just the nuts and bolts of it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes questions of our speakers on this panel, I believe, which takes us to questions of administration then on this matter. Councillor Jan selected this item. Did you want to take the first turn?
I have no questions of administration.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to bring forward a few questions that came up. You know, one of the suggestions was just sort of ongoing monitoring and reviews. Is there an intention to sort of have regular annual reports? As I think this one was positive. My memory is that there is usually an annual update on the zoning bylaw, but any thoughts there on the policy itself?
Sorry, Councillor, so you're asking about the zoning bylaw, not the district
Oh,
policy?
no, sorry, the district planning, which I realized was not a 1 year. The district planning was initiated through a motion by Councillor Jans, I believe. But just wondering if there is some thought around, maybe you could tell me about how your team regularly reviews and monitors the implementation of these plans.
Thank you. So administration monitors where growth is happening in the city. And that produces an annual report. And with that, we look at is that growth occurring according to council-directed strategy and policies and our city plan. And so we haven't developed a cadence or a routine maintenance or update of the district plans, but the intention is that at the population thresholds that are indicated in the city plan, 1.25 million, 1.5, 1.75, 2 million, there would be rather substantial updates at that time frame. But we are looking annually at growth and determining if we do need to make adjustments before those horizons.
And I suppose that, when I think about this current work that's before us today, again, that really came out of council seeing the pattern of rezonings coming forward, correct? So we do sort of have line of sight in how that's rolling out, and we can also see those patterns that are happening?
Yes, correct. So the zoning bylaw team and the report, one-year report, that information is definitely shared with the district planning folks, and we work in concert to make sure that the higher level policy and the zoning bylaw are in alignment and trying to achieve the intent.
Great. I just want to better understand the question. One of the pieces we talked about was just around some of the opportunity that might arise when you have consolidated lots or larger parcels. Is that what 2.5.2.7 is intended to address in terms of the reference to where site size and context allow for appropriate transition?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct.
Okay, and so just wanted to clarify though, and I might just be, so 2.5.2.7 speaks about additional scale of low rise or greater, but would that also be factors to consider more intense small scale?
So the intention is that 2.5.2.7 would not consider rezonings for RSM H12. Policy 2.5.2.5 would provide direction for that specific type of form of development.
Okay, I will just have to, I feel like there's maybe a gap that I'm thinking exists, but I'll just spend some time with that answer, reflecting further. And then I think, of course, this really important question around, well, now I'm trying to think, what, I'll save that for another item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to follow up on some of the comments from the speakers. I'm wondering if administration can speak to them. I think there was a number of issues that was raised more around compliance, and recognize that this is a very particular policy conversation. I am wondering if administration can comment a bit about the work related to infill compliance that has been in place for the last 10 years or so and continues to be in the works.
So, Councillor, our development compliance team, along with our safety codes compliance team, monitor and go out to these projects that have complaints filed against them. They are prioritized in order of life safety to ensure that the most riskiest compliance efforts or compliance issues are dealt with as soon as possible, which is why some of the other ones do get put down further on the pile. So that overall infill compliance is a priority for ours. Council recently approved a coordinator position, as well as moving the entire development related compliance system over to the development planning reserve, or the funding reserve, which pays it out of development. So there's the ability to flex up and down as it comes. It just, that has happened recently, and we're looking to right size the team right now.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I recognize when people have a bad experience with a particular development, it colors their entire perception of the overall industry and all developments. I guess over to legal, there's a few comments related to potential, if I think if we're changing this at this point, it potentially opens up to some legal challenges for those applications that have been approved. I wonder if you can speak to that.
You're talking about the district plan amendments?
No, I'm talking about, this particular one with policies going to place for the RSMs, and This is to some of the earlier comments.
So Councillor, I just want to be really precise about what we're talking about here.
Sure.
So applications come under the zoning bylaw, so I think that's probably an appropriate discussion when we're talking about any amendments to the zoning bylaw. But in terms of rezoning applications, those can come forward.
I think more development permits, whether in the works or, the RSM that have been approved, but it's in the development permit stage.
So this doesn't actually, it just amends,
Okay.
purports to just amend the purpose statement of the RS zone. So there's no actual changes to the development regulations with item 3.1 and 3.2. I think probably your question is a valid question, but likely one we probably should
For
talk about
3.32.
with respect to the bulk of those
Okay.
RS amendments. I don't think the amendment to the statutory plan, I know an amendment to a statutory plan is not going to necessarily have an impact for an application that's in queue under the zoning bylaw for a permitted use.
Okay, great. Thank you for I guess, for confirming that. And I know there was a few comments specifically related to Millwoods. There are some concerns about particular property, and I think some of the changes in this particular conversation won't necessarily actually impact this one particular property. But there was a suggestion around neighborhood or district-specific engagement. I guess I think we did a lot around the district-based engagement. Wondering if you can just touch on that a bit, and if people feel that district level, I guess, what is your understanding of some of those comments?
So there was significant engagement that occurred during the course of the development of the district plans, also in concert with the zoning bylaw at times. And there was also engagement that happened at the district level as well as at various quadrants in the city. I'm trying to recall the scope of the engagement or how long, but it was over a course of at least 2 years that we did the engagement. And we built off of the engagement process that was founded with the city plan, zoning bylaw, and then district plans.
And this is 2 years separate from the zoning bylaw, 3-year engagement.
Yeah, the zoning bylaw, I think it was 5 years. That was,
5 years, apologies. Okay, so collectively 7 years, but there's some overlapping period in that.
Yes, there's overlap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. And I guess maybe a legal question, somebody raised it about property values being reduced.
So generally, Councillor, I encourage this council to look to the economics of the neighborhood, right? So Part 17 of the MGA talks about achieving orderly, economical, and beneficial development, use of land, and patterns of human settlement. So that's always been sort of my suggestion to this group, is to sort of pull up and look at the economics of the neighborhood overall. And if you want to look to specific values, I would suggest you look at how you would weight that as opposed to
The city's liability if we were to be sued, I mean, as long as we're sort of following the MGA and the guidance there?
Yeah, I'm not concerned, provided we are doing our proper advertisement and having a proper public hearing, which is what's going on.
Good, that gives me some certainty. And then I'm just wondering, we did have the one speaker who pulled up the slide, or had the slides with 113th Street, I can't remember who it was. I am, when I look at, maybe if I can get the clerk to pull up the presentation slide 8. Because I am concerned about properties backing on to an arterial or collector road. And in slide 8, it actually has the little pie-shaped lot there in the blue, which I don't think has the same access that the ones on 113th Street that the one speaker brought up. And I'm just wondering about access there for waste services pickup, for those that may want to have a vehicle, how they would access that small little spot within the cul-de-sac.
So, Councillor, if you're speaking about the pie lot, that's just to the right of the semicircle.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I believe that one fronts onto the arterial collector, that's the yellow line. The small part of the pie is the lane. And any kind of evaluation of waste service capabilities of that would be evaluated at the time of development permit.
Okay, so that wouldn't necessarily be a cul-de-sac with the smaller portion being the front street?
No, it looks, that's the laneway.
Okay.
The yellow is the arterial and collector.
Okay, so they would have access through that then for, okay, that was my only, but what if it was reverse? If it was a pie lot facing in, like, with the front being the tiny part? Because I know I've got a pie lot, I live in a cul-de-sac, and yeah, to put the 2 bins with the recycle bag can be a stretch. Just thinking practicality.
Yeah, we would evaluate applications as they come in based on the policy. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't,
Okay,
yes.
okay, so that would still be assessed whether or not waste services could still be provided for that area or for that development?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have then.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So a few lines of questions based on what we heard from speakers. So just for clarification, in 2527, the language around low rise or greater, I think there was a question around what does that or greater mean? Is there a sort of a reasonable contextual limit that we'd be expecting to see for the or greater portion?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for the question. And so there isn't a defined limit. Like the site size and context is an important characteristic in understanding what that greater would be. But this policy tries to suggest that additional scale above, low rise or above would be considered. So something less, like RSM H12, would not be considered through policy 2527.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you for the clarity on that. I'm just going to go to a slightly broader question or concern that we heard flagged, and I know we hear this one fairly regularly, so I just want to confirm on the infrastructure side, when we're talking about infrastructure capacity, EPCOR works with the city to do any sort of assessment or capacity upgrades that would be required, and that would be on the property owner or developer to do, correct?
Yes, there'd be, through the rezoning process, we evaluate or we circulate applications to our utility providers, including EPCOR, and they would be evaluated at that time.
Okay, thank you. Just seeking a little bit of clarity on some of the work that we've been doing around landscaping securities. I know there were some recent decisions there, but just wanted to make sure my understanding was correct. What have we done to make sure that what is set out in a landscaping plan actually happens?
So to date, for large-scale development, there is a new security process that looks to take the security prior to development permit approval. Currently, there is a program being developed to do the same for small-scale landscape securities, so for developments of singles up to row houses, and that will look to come to council later this year for an effective date of 2026.
Okay, excellent. So that work is underway and going to be in front of us relatively soon. Thank you. And then maybe it's tricky because there's a few sort of interrelated items on our agenda today, but I'm wondering if there has been an assessment of kind of the cumulative expected impact of some of the changes that are being contemplated. I know one of our speakers mentioned, we're discussing RSM right now, but there's a conversation later about changes on the RS side. Have we done any sort of, I guess, global assessment of what those would mean together versus apart?
No, the short answer is no. It's been a very tight timeline, and so yes, we have not done some of the engagement with industry to the extent that we normally would, but we are supporting this, the district plan or this 3.1 and 3.2 amendments, and that's what's, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Cartmel. I do have a question on attachment 2, slide 2, item 2527. And this is something that a speaker had mentioned, that item D, it's a court, it would be recommended at a corner site or adjacent to park or open space. And then when we look at E, adjacent to a site zone greater than small scale development, if there is a site that goes on a corner site that is greater density, will that then open the ability for a greater density to go next to it, and in essence, mid-block?
Well, when this policy was written, Councillor, the intention was for that where large buildings already exist or are zoned for, that creates opportunity for incremental development. So I understand how it being described as a domino effect being a bug. We consider it more of a feature and a way that local nodes can emerge over time and concentrations of activity can sort of have these little areas take off. But because of the changes that are presented here today, we're not talking about RSM development anymore. We're not talking about the scale that's proposed there. We're talking about more meaningful changes in density over time.
All right, so what would be the implication if we were to remove E from 2527?
Well, I'd say that what would be missing without E is the opportunity to see the organic growth of what we call in the city plan local nodes, to see areas that maybe have some shops, now start to add an apartment building with some more shops and see that energy grow and build in that area.
Okay, so, yeah.
Sorry, I'll just add that it's because the 2527 is set up to meet at least two of the criteria, you're effectively removing one of the criteria, so making it more difficult to meet those two, just in terms of an impact.
Right. And I understand that, and I see it. I still think it should be actually separated. As a matter of fact, I think A, B, and C should be on its own. One of those, and it should be two items, one of A, B, and C, and one of D or E. I think would be a better solution, in my opinion. But that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I also have same question as Councillor Principe to talk about that different criteria. I'm going back to focus on the two changes here. So I really want to make sure this on the record for public to understand very clear. For the first change, and based on the presentation here, if we are going to make this policy change for the district policy and within development area, and based on new criteria here, does that mean reduce the density and inside the development area? Actually, is inside like the corridors and lots and corridors. So that is reflected in this 3.1.
Yes, the outcome if this bylaw is passed, if items 3.1 and 3.2 are passed, you're limiting opportunities for the RSM to occur within the core of neighborhoods. And that development is now, that development opportunity still exists in select areas. But the impact of that may be that more of the development occurs within the nodes and corridors, which is fine and great. We want that development to happen in nodes and corridors to support that vibrancy that we're seeking.
But this is why I'm confusing here based on the presentation, and that is public information, and I heard some speakers also confusing as well. And we changed the bylaw from consider to support. So that means, and within development area for the large and the corridors, and then we only have the corner lots will be supported. That is 100%. But the long corner lots in mid-lock, and based on the map here, it shows, and it's just still considered or will not be considered at all. I want to get that very clear. If it's not considered at all, so which my understanding is, and we will reduce the density and in the mid area, in the mid blocks, and only increase the apply to RSM and for the quarter sites. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Councillor Race, what the policy proposes to change is to allow or support rather RSM H12 development on corner sites, but as well as meeting one of those criteria.
Yes.
So what that does mean though is that RSM H12 based on policy 2527 would not be considered within mid-block sites. So it does reduce the opportunity for that form of development.
So that is why I really want to confirm that.
Yes.
And because I do not want, when public read this presentation and look at the map, you present, I actually like the color coding, and you put on the gray and between gray and the blue color. So demonstrate and we reduce the gray area. That means we reduce the mid-block and development like density.
That's correct. The consideration of RSM H12 is reduced. Yes.
So that is 3.1, and 3.2 is specific talk about outside of lots and corridors, and so the one key criteria is about the quarter site. So that's one must meet as a fundamental. Right?
Correct, in considering or supporting RSM H12
if it's
corner
outside,
site.
yes.
Outside of nodes and quarters,
yes,
correct.
Outside, and that's 3.2 we're talking about. But my question is, because right now this is the new pieces added at the current policy. We added outside lots and corridors. That means even though they still need to meet that 100 meters, 400 meters criteria, but that expanded opportunity for the outside of lots and corridors and for consider or support as RSM.
So it's not expanded to what's available today.
Okay.
It's building on policy that already exists. So the pulling back in is that 2525. So corner sites but we still want to see some transition from our nodes and corridors, and our mass transit support that. So that's that 400 meters.
Yeah, so that is something I heard the one speaker mentioned about this transition, the concern for this transition as well. I'm going to combine with another like 2.5 or 2.27 or 2.7. And so I agree with the Councillor Principe's question. So maybe I'm consider doing something. So just stop there.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Well, thank you very much. So just looking at the council-approved RSM rezonings and the in-review RSM applications, you've got a number of stats here, and I'm wondering if we can add this up, like how many in total approved and how many total applications that pertains to this conversation?
Councillors, so 12 RSM H12 applications have been approved by City Council, and 42 applications are in review.
Okay, so that's okay, and I'm just trying to get a picture of how many lots that is in like the ratio between those lots and lots that aren't being developed.
Yeah, Councillor, at a city scale, it would be small. In terms of the lots across the city, I don't have the number in front of me. I know we've had it at previously.
I don't have it in front of me either.
Yeah, but in terms of like it's a small number overall across the city.
Councillor, just to add, it's Travis here, sorry. The vast majority of them are in the Belgravia, McKernan, Windsor Park area, so that concentration is there.
So if we looked more there, yeah.
Yeah, so it is a more sharper contrast than what you would expect if it was across the
So that's helpful. Okay, and then maybe I'll come back to if anyone can just like find that out real quick. And then I am curious about maybe the just the practical part of this. You know, this is obviously these zoning changes are to facilitate more housing, more opportunity for people. things like that, but also to right-size the density for city operations. So just the economics in general with the land use, I'm just wondering what the practical impact would be if we make this change. Is that okay, Singpen?
Yes, Councillor, I think focusing on the economics of development is wise.
Great, thanks.
So, Councillor, as Shauna mentioned a couple of questions ago, because of the short timelines, we haven't done a robust assessment on this particular adjustment and what that might mean. But when we look at what intensification means to the city's sustainability and financially, it is very significant. And that is represented through the growth pattern. If we achieve that in the city plan, it's somewhere in the order of 9% tax rate equivalent, benefiting the city with a more compact growth format.
But that's after full.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about here is not going to get us to the 2 million or the city plan objectives alone. They are complementary to the more substantial redevelopment in nodes and corridors, which will really move the needle.
Right. Okay. So in the short term, we probably won't notice a big difference, but you're saying long term there might be an impact.
Long term there would be an impact, correct.
And how long term are we think? Like hard to say, I guess.
Very difficult to determine, but we know once we hit 2 million, there is a significant financial impact overall.
Right. Okay.
So, Councillor, on these changes specifically, what we see as time goes on is that development pressures will be felt more significantly in the nodes and corridors itself instead of adjacent to, because that opportunity is within the nodes and corridors, and the nodes and corridors are meant to absorb the significant increase in redevelopment. That also further concentrates that development, which helps with amenity provision, infrastructure provision, et cetera. So there's a push and pull there in terms of either spreading that out or concentrating it. Overall, we support this change.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you very much. And maybe I'll come back around for that one figure if there's time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm still speaking in my capacity as chair at the moment. We're at 10 to 5. We have heard from approximately 45 speakers. We have one speaker remaining. I haven't forgotten that person. And we've had a bit of the conversation with administration. There's still some time to go. And by way of comparison, on item 3.32, we currently have 95 people registered to speak to that item. Just twice as many as we've heard from today, and we've spent the balance of the day. Orders of the day on Thursday are from 9:30 to 5. There is an apprehension. I've spoke to administration over the 3:30 break. There's an apprehension that we will not complete this agenda. There's a suggestion that we could maybe continue on Friday after completion of the council meeting, which might get us there. My personal view is that is still not enough time. So there's a couple of alternatives. Change orders in some way today for Thursday and or Friday. There is a potential suggestion, let me find it, that all items except 3.32 be moved to the August 17th public hearing, and that public hearing is further scheduled to continue on August 26th and August 27th. So there's sort of three alternatives in front of us. Change some orders and hope that we can get it done by using up till 5 o'clock on Thursday and up till 5 o'clock on Friday. Move all other items off to the public hearing in August and make that a 3-day hearing, or keep on as we're going and hope for the best. Take any advice. I just want to check with the clerk that if orders are changed in the day on Thursday, does that require a different vote majority or not? I thought I heard something earlier today, but maybe I mistook that.
Orders of the day require 2/3 of members present to carry.
Okay, so it's simply that. So, don't know if anybody wants to offer any advice right at this moment on that.
Let's do it at dinner. We got 10 minutes till break.
Sure, we can, that's fine. We can come back at 6 o'clock with further advice if that's the pleasure of the assembly. Okay. Then I think I was next, so I'll ask Councillor Hamilton to take the chair. I had a question about engagement, and so it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that city plan engagement took place from roughly 2018 to 2020. And then we moved into city plan, and then that district planning or engagement on the district plans effectively reused that same engagement. So first of all, is that correct, or was there further engagement done on the district plans after city plan was approved, or was it substantially the same engagement that was relied upon?
It built upon the city plans. There was new engagement that was district plan specific, as well as for the zoning bylaw.
And was that targeted just at interested parties or targeted across the city?
Across the city.
Okay.
It went at anything from the tax inserts we did to open houses, to one-on-one conversations, targeted engagement we went out to specific community leagues if they asked us, we went. So it was across the city.
Okay, because the feedback I've gotten is that we've used that city plan engagement sort of repeatedly, and given that was between 2018 and 2020, that's 5 to 7 years ago that engagement took place, and things have happened since then. So, I guess, do we consider the engagement that we've done, given that it's years gone by, to be relevant in a contemporary sense, like relative to the conversations we're having now?
So I would say the district plans were adopted by council. They got a third reading in 2024 in October, but we had our public hearings about a year ago. Yes, for the purpose of that project, we built off it. We didn't rely on it solely, we built off of it. And the city plan itself is a fundamental strategic document under which all of our work stems from. And so it is important that we go back to it. But in terms of the items that are in front of you today, we didn't rely on city plan engagement to come to the conclusion or the recommendation that we have before you today. We relied on our strategic guiding principles, the policies within the city plan itself.
The city plan was the name for the municipal development plan. Do I have that right? And the transportation plan combined, right?
That's correct.
And we have to update those every 10 years. Yes? Is that right?
I don't believe the MGA requires them to be updated every 10 years, but it's common practice.
Yeah. I was just wondering about, notwithstanding we did that engagement, when do we start the engagement on the next version of the MDP?
That is something, Councillor, we are working on and trying to assess, but it should be updated when the variables in the community have changed, and we need to change, the plan needs to change and adapt as well. So significant population growth or changes in economic development or challenges in the community would warrant that. So, but typically a minor, most communities would see a minor refresh after 5 years, more of a confirmation update, and a more substantial 10-year cadence of a significant update.
So a minor update would be now, 5 years after a city plan was adopted, and 10 years would be 5 years from now. Is that?
Yeah, that's just just a guide. We did see a city plan amendment, our first one earlier this spring. That was a minor, not significant, but there will be minor updates along the way.
But the other guide you mentioned was a significant population growth, and I know that we deliberately did not put year thresholds in the city plan. We put population thresholds. But notwithstanding that, there is this kind of notion that we're going to add 250,000 people a year for every 10 years, so that it's roughly a 40-year plan with those population points every 10 years. But we've arrived at that 1.25 million, or very close to it, in 5. So does that not again suggest that there's a need to go out and refresh the engagement on city plan, district plan, at least?
It could very well,
yeah.
Councillor. The city plan didn't anticipate this fast a growth this early in the city plan, so potentially, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. That takes us roughly to the dinner break. When we come back, we will hear from
the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Hamilton. We'll hear from the outstanding speaker or speakers, as the case may be, at 6 o'clock. And then we'll get into a second round of question of administration and then new information. We're on recess till 6 p.m. Thank you.